What up, guys? There we go. We're recording. How's everybody doing this Friday? Let's update our stream goal. Writing the Alchemy helper book. And then maybe the Sunblight book if we can. That's the goal today. I was thinking about it and I think that we could do that on stream. Is it loading? There we go. There we go. I have YouTube asking me, overall, how useful are the captions in this video for the music that we're listening to, which has no lyrics? Do I say the captions are good then? They stumped me on that one. Alchemy lore book. Ooh. What do we write for this? I want it to be a bit of a helper on alchemy, like how to do alchemy, but also with some additional basic information. So, I mean, we could have like Alchemy 101. What is alchemy? I don't know. Maybe you can write something small and fun about that.
I'm gonna come.
Hey, Rex. How to perform alchemy. Or maybe, let me think here. Mixing ingredients. Processing ingredients. Oh yeah, let's check up on Microscape and how we're doing. Probably ran out of time, didn't I? Unless I made all the bars. I don't know, we'll see. I'm level 14 smithing. Rex, you are still there. You have 31 smithing. Wild, bro. Absolutely wild. Oh, I need to go and smith these up. I think the bronze armor is actually the best XP for the number I can make. Smithing gang, how you doing, Casper? Got about 5 hours before they're done. Oh, nice. Oh, Evan's with me here. What's he making? Damn, he's level 30 smithing? Everybody's on that mining grind. Alright, we'll let that go. Alright, for the book, what is alchemy? Mixing ingredients, processing ingredients. I don't want this to be too in-depth, but I do want it to be helpful. Common ingredients, maybe? This one would be cool, where if we have the page of the book, you know, we can put like imagine this is the page, right? We can put like the title up here. And we could kind of lay out the information in the widget like that using the icon. I think that could look nice. That should be pretty easy to set up. Very easy to set up. So we'll start with it. Fishing for the cognitively impaired. What a stupid name. I love it though. Granted bronze armor for XP. It's a lot of XP. A lot of XP. What do we call this book? The Alchemist's Guidebook? Sounds kind of lame. Although it is short. You know, I could do like Introduction to Alchemy, but that kind of sounds more lame. I don't know. We can come back to it if we have a better idea. More important is what we actually put in there, rather than the name of it. Who do we want this to be written by? I'm going to insert myself into the game here. Where could I say that I'm from in this world? We haven't really established too many places yet in the world itself. Hey Cuters, Supper didn't even know Twitch had this section, had to check it out as a new game dev. Oh cool, yeah, welcome. Are you like completely fresh into game dev, or do you have any prior games that you made? I'm turning down the music. And thank you for the follow, man. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. It is Friday, right? Yeah, it is. Nice. Hey, so Fanny. Let's keep the grind. Yeah, let's keep doing this. Forward with passion. 3 weeks in, learning from Code Monkey Unity. Oh, cool. Do you have like a game idea in mind, or are you just kind of learning and... What's your plan? What's your plan for the first thing that you're going to work on? We do have some Unity users in chat that might be able to help if you have any questions or problems. We have established a city. Let me check the merchant's lore. I put it in there somewhere. It would be in her lore loop. Here. Lots of ideas, but of course no overscoping. Yeah, honestly, just want to learn how to write code first, then start planning. That's a good way to do it. And yeah, I think that even if you try to not overscope, you will probably overscope. We've all done it. Like, no, this game is super small. I know that I can do it. And then you get stuck. Like, well, shit. Okay. Black City, Ice Marches. Where does she mention the name? Ice Watch, Frozen Fallow. I could use Ice Watch. Beautiful. Self-insert. There we go. Okay, first section is what is alchemy? What is alchemy? Oh yeah, I bet I just needed to find a community of like-minded people. I have trouble with overthinking stuff. Well, if you ever have anything that you want to get some opinions on, don't be afraid to throw it in chat. We're all guilty of overscoping. Yeah, so my first game here is going to be a open world MMO, fully destructible, 10,000 people per server. Over 100 different races, 200 different languages. Craft anything, craft anywhere. And I'll do it in 3 months. $200. Sounds amazing, can't wait, bro. Yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate the support. Hit him, size, Chesh. What is alchemy? Practice combining magical ingredients together to form various decoctions and potions may be used for many a purpose. All life, whether sentient or otherwise, is filled with a... what's the right word to use here? I wanted to refer to essence. Is filled with a compound, a magical substance called essence. Alchemy is a rather new art form, developed only a few hundred years ago. With the right intellectual prowess, discovered essence in all living things. Remember, this is just a prototype, so we don't need to be too crazy, or if I need to rewrite this at some point in the future, we'll have many years to do so. Rather, it just needs to sound decent, be decent, and provide the knowledge that we're looking for, which primarily is going to be the ingredient knowledge that the player can then use to kind of get a good experience just roaming around right outside of their hut here. That is the plan, at least. Alchemists such as ourselves may think of essence as a magical binder. Its power capable of using and enriching natural matter, bringing out what's a good word, like the properties, but I want to use like an adjective here, the not magical, but more, I want to use mystical or magical. I want to use like the extra, the trying to think of good words at 9:19 a.m. is really not working out for me. Any tips on retaining info as much as possible? I feel like learning new concepts in coding is daunting since I feel like Hey, Lazy Fangs, more brain rat? I don't know, open up the soundboard and see if you have any new goodies. Starting since I feel like when I try something original with what I learned, I don't know how to apply it. By the way, Lazy Fangs here, who just entered, is... Lazy Fangs, who just entered here, is also a Unity programmer. So he might be able to give some assistance if you have anything specific. Practice. I mean, honestly, retaining info is just practice. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's right. Practice makes perfect, right? I think that, you know, following a tutorial is great because you start to understand how to get from point A to point B, but you will very quickly forget how to get from point A to point B if you don't constantly get from point A to point B in your coding. Doing something new once is great. Doing it, you know, 10 times is that reinforcement, that building of skill. And then you can start to move away from looking at YouTube videos, tutorials, and other things like that in order to actually understand how you want to make your game, and you can just kind of naturally do it, right? And everybody was the same. Everybody, when they first started out in game dev, watched a ton of tutorials, followed a whole bunch of projects, didn't know how to do a lot of things themselves, but as they just kind of kept challenging themselves in a doable but still, you know, a challenging way, then they start to build that reinforcement. And then they don't, you know, you don't really need tutorials too much anymore. So take the base concepts you learn and then build something from that, or build onto that, or start to combine those concepts. And yes, be too stubborn to give up. I mean, really, there's something to be said for perseverance, especially in game dev. Make the game your bitch. That's right.
I'm gonna come.
Okay, alchemists such as ourselves may think of essence as a magical binder. Its power capable of infusing and enriching natural matter, bringing out mystical properties. I know I said I didn't want to use mystical, but whatever. Bringing out the mystical properties of the reagents combined. Of the combined reagents, maybe. 30% mind in a much more motivated state. You can do it. Just, look, what you mentioned to me, don't overscope. I mean, that's kind of key number one, because if you do overscope, if you do try to jump into something that is too difficult for you, or your dream game right from the start, you will fail. And most people do give up at that phase. And the people that don't might try to come back and fix their scope, work on smaller things. They will still probably fail. And then that will cut more people out from game dev. You have to be the one that keeps learning, applying, you know, rethinking, restructuring, doing things in more efficient, more proper ways, and keep pushing and pushing towards your dream. And if you keep doing that, you don't give up, you will reach it. You don't want to be part of the 99.99% of prospective game developers that quit because at some point they will hit a wall and they don't, you know, have the willpower to get past it. Who are those dudes behind me? My boyfriends. You like them? Rich hot chocolate. Why did I add these? The process of alchemy is itself a noble intellectual pursuit. Its applications in the world are as vast and unknown as the ever changing moralities of the humans that pursue the art form. Is that worded well? While the process of alchemy is itself a noble intellectual pursuit, its applications in the world are as vast and unknown as the ever-changing moralities of the humans that pursue the art form. Yeah, sounds pretty nice. One thing to keep in mind is that making a game follows the golden rule. The last 20% of making a game is 80% of the effort. All the small things in polish are annoying. They really are. They really, really are. Exact reason I mean, also just putting in content. Like, if you can make the base systems of a game, arguably is kind of the easiest part. Putting in all the content is sometimes what takes many, many years. And then, of course, as Lazy Fang said, just polishing up and making sure that those things feel good. Exact reason I stopped back in like 2022, not in game dev, but learning code. Now, as I'm much older, I have a different mindset and I want to commit. Do it. Just to do it. Sounds like Maestro had a massive hiatus from coding between 14 and 31. Never too late to start again. It's true. Playing CS2 again, I really need to upgrade my PC for it though, but after 4K hours of CS, I keep going back to it. No other game like it. I couldn't get into Counter-Strike. Kind of a toxic community. I don't know, I'm much more of like a PvE kind of person. Too like Twitch shootery too, right? Where it rewards... It kind of rewards quick thinking and... I don't know how to describe it, but like the new version of shooters before or after like Battlefield 4 just became all about reaction time and being fast and having crazy forms of maneuverability as opposed to, you know, actually strategizing, playing with like a team. I don't know. Yeah. For me, I was always into like squad-based shooters. Is that a quick thinker face? No, it's a quick forgetter face. And this book can only provide the initial stepping stones that will set you on whatever path you choose. Good enough. Should be short and sweet. Let me save this too. Just in case. Okay, mixing ingredients. You know what I could talk about is too, I could add a section to this book about ingredient discovery. Especially because we just implemented that feature. All regions of Orithia contain multitudes of unique... I don't like that. Contain forms of life are home to. Unique flora, fauna, and other forms of essence infused matter. While similar alchemical properties may be found on all of them, these properties, the combination of properties will undoubtedly differ not only from ingredient to ingredient, but also by what form the ingredients take. Your options as an alchemist are nearly unending. Discovering each effect that an ingredient may have, or even its flavor, if you intend to master alchemy to an even greater extent. Is an arduous but rewarding process. Below are some methods of effect discovery that most master alchemists would recommend. The first method, and perhaps the most accessible, is to simply consume the ingredient. Essentially do a lick test. Just eat or lick the thing that you want to use. And see what happens. Or if the ingredient is not in the most consumable of states. Hey Lepus, how you doing? Ingredient is not the most consumable states. Lick it. Lick the... Yeah, so today we're writing up lore books for anybody who's new. We've been including some books into the world, and today is the day that we write them up and give them some proper text. We wrote up the fishing knowledge one yesterday, which was, what was the name of this one? Fishing for the Cognitively Impaired. Which basically fishing for idiots. And it's, you know, it's a useful book. Tells you a lot of important knowledge about bait and other fishing techniques, while insulting your intelligence in pretty much every chapter. So that should be a fun read for players. Doing good, and you? I'm doing well. I'm definitely ready for the weekend, let's put it that way. While not the safest, it is a common practice that yields very reliable results whilst out in the field. A second method is to brew potions. Although this will be an inefficient process of trial and error, until you learn enough to have a basic foundation, or until you learn the foundational methodologies of alchemy. Which makes me want to hop out of bed and go back to finishing the course I'm watching and start my own project, knowing I'm 100% I'm going to fail and end up back on YouTube. Hey, it happens, right? And I think that you know, it just is what it is. Just don't burn yourself out. I think that's a common mistake a lot of people make. Take breaks. You know, relax, play some games every now and then. So if you start to burn yourself out, you'll start hating what you're doing. Wanted to ask, does the game have a Steam page? Not yet. The reason we don't have a Steam page yet is that this is all placeholder. And while I could show off this game and garner some interest, I don't wish to misrepresent the game in any way. And so while this is the intended, you know, look and feel of the game, these are all placeholder assets, and it might give players the wrong impression of exactly what the game is going to look like. And, you know, that would be, in my opinion, kind of unethical. So those are my current feelings about why we don't have a Steam page. But we do have a playable demo up on our Discord. And we're working on the next big build for it. Working on it to post it on Kickstarter. Not yet. On Kickstarter, at least, you know, I could make a good video talking about where the game currently is and explain all these things. But if you know, when you go on Steam, you have to show screenshots. And, you know, there's too many asterisks here where it's like, yeah, I can show, like, I can just put, like, pre-alpha screenshot. But most players, I don't think, know what that means. And I think that can mean different things for even different studios. You know, for us, it means this is all placeholder. This is not representative of the final product. And, you know, as a gamer, you know, if I look at a screenshot like that, I'm asking, okay, so why are you showing this? You know, what's the point? If it does not represent the final product, even visually, and certainly not from a, you know, finished gameplay perspective, then what am I actually looking at? So I don't know. You know, maybe a publisher would want us to do it anyway. And maybe there's some smart ways that we could communicate this to players. I mean, it helps that we stream the game, you know, the development of the game, where we can append those asterisks to each bit of information. Cough avowed. Any tips regarding burnout? I have this idea of at least learning for 30 minutes a day and up to 3 hours max. I think that honestly that is a pretty good way to avoid burnout. I think maintaining consistency is important, but I wouldn't force yourself to do something. You know, even we play games sometimes. If a new game comes out that I'm interested in, I'll just take some time to play it because, you know, the game interests me, and I can then take some time. I can, you know, realign the direction that I want to move in with the game, and then I can jump back in with a fresh mind and a fresh perspective. But it does depend on each person, that's true. What about some YouTuber will criticize your game for using marketplace assets as a placeholder? For prototype, no. I mean, that's exactly what you would want to do in a prototype. I mean, take a look at GTA 6, right? GTA 6 started to develop with using just GTA 5 assets. Free content to react to. Yeah, I think that if there's any I mean, look, if a gamer criticizes it, I will explain why we do it. If another game developer criticizes, I will say that they're retarded and don't know how to make a proper prototype. I mean, the entire point of a prototype is to be very fast, very quick, very efficient, find the fun, be chaotic, and yes, you can do that with gray boxes 100%, or just colored boxes like this, or you can do it with assets that you already own, which can help to give you that visual backbone, which helps with immersion, right? If this was all gray boxed, sure, you could play the, you know, you could have the gameplay here, but this visual backbone also provides some immersion and helps to sell the feel and desires for the game, especially when it's a relaxing kind of game, right? YouTuber might not provide the context. I mean, they don't have to. I wish they would, but they don't have to. I will then provide the context. I mean, I've criticized the use of marketplace assets before, but my stance on using marketplace assets is that for meshes, for artistic things, the biggest worry is that you will just not have consistent art style, and you will be working with different standards of materials and textures. And so the worst outcome of using, you know, assets from packs like this is lack of optimization. And if you don't know how to fix that, like for instance me, because I'm not an artist, then you're going to run into that wall of optimization. That's where a proper artist would then be able to come in and either make things themselves or optimize older assets from different packs. But that's kind of like an art form of refactoring as opposed to code refactoring, where if you're using marketplace plugins or mechanics, your biggest risk is that you're probably going to end up with a lot of bugs and inability to fix those because you don't understand the underlying systems well enough, or understand those systems well enough in general to fix those bugs. So when I see somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing trying to make a commercialized game using, you know, like the survival RPG template on Fab, this is a great prototyping tool. But that doesn't mean that this is bug-free, and it doesn't mean that you know how to hook this up with other systems in the game. I mean, like Fluid Flux 2, yeah. So this is great. I think that if you're making a survival RPG, definitely start with this as a template. But realistically, you're not going to want to reuse everything that's here, because it's so easy to do that you will just be one out of dozens, potentially hundreds, of people trying to make survival RPGs using this template and not making it unique in any way. Just trying to learn Unreal, and I feel like Blueprint is simple enough to make my own systems. It is. 100% is. Most of our game here is blueprints. You know, the entire Alchemy system that I made is all blueprints. All the different inputs and functions. So no, you definitely can. These templates attract low effort devs, but what do you think of an experienced dev starting from scratch versus that Same experience dev starting from template. I think that the same experience dev starting from template, the worst thing that they can do by using templates is that they're just not reinforcing skills. So you might become a bit rusty of making those things yourself, but as Lazy Fang says, it is a tool. I mean, if you know how to do that, starting off with a tool that you could make yourself but would just spend a lot of time, it saves an awful lot of time and effort and money. Give me something that really similar to my dream game I want to develop at some point. Oh yeah? What's your dream game? Brewing a potion, an observant alchemist will likely glean the magical properties of the ingredients used from the resulting potion. Those with enough time and materials on their hands may simply opt to make informed or random combinations in an effort to brute force knowledge obtainment. You know, we talked about a game a while back on Kickstarter. I'm going to bring up the Vampire Syndicate, sorry. But there was this game on Kickstarter that succeeded in raising quite a bit of funding called Vampire Syndicate. And it was literally entirely made up of purchased assets or assets obtained for free. The example maps were used with camera angles to give the appearance to gamers that there was actually a finished product here. And to reword this in a different way, all they did was download asset packs, go into the example maps that were given in those asset packs, and record footage from that. Sometimes placing NPCs with idle poses in random locations. That's it. So, you know, when I say that using asset packs is a red flag, that's kind of what I mean. Dream Game is an RPG MMO as well, open world with the main mechanic. I was joking, by the way, Q-Tears, when I said that this game was an open world MMORPG, because that's kind of what a lot of people come in and say that their dream game is. The problem is that those games require hundreds of millions of dollars of investment and, you know, hundreds, if not over 1,000 people working on the game. So, I was just joking. Don't, you know, if that's your dream game, go for it, but you're probably going to need at least 15 to 20 years of experience before jumping into that. But it can be done. Not to say that it can't be. Our game, conversely, is a single-player open world RPG, very dense, smaller open world as opposed to massive. 15, 20 years of experience and a very wealthy sugar mommy daddy. I mean, yeah, and even then, if you have hundreds of millions of dollars, you might still fail. Like New World. Is New World even still alive? Where's New World? How didn't I see that there? $4,500 in game. Yeah, that's gonna be that's an oof for me, dog. Only devs would know if it is using asset packs, so I do want to make stuff myself, but not everything maybe. No, and I agree. I think that using other things, like I said, is not like you're a bad developer. Just that there is a point, and yeah, I mean, it is very manipulative to gamers, right? If you use those asset packs and gamers don't know, because they're giving you money to make a game off of footage that of nothing you made yourself. Like, absolutely nothing. I mean, I made a whole video about this game, Vampire Syndicate. I made an entire video about this and how I traced back nearly every single asset pack in this trailer. Like, it says pre-alpha footage captured in game. You guys can't see that. Just so you know, none of this was made by the person. Not even was it placed by the person. It was placed by the developers of the asset packs. And all they did was record footage. The only thing that sometimes was placed by the actual developer here were NPCs in idle poses. That's it. So to the average gamer, this looks like this is just fluff, because none of this actually exists in the game. This doesn't either. So this is what scares me as a gamer and as a developer, who, really tries to stand for ethics in game development. This is very unethical, in my opinion. And the average gamer isn't going to know that. New World is yet another entry in the long list of WoW reskins. I mean, New World had some cool ideas. I think it made the mistake that a lot of new MMOs make, which is that they try to be high fidelity. And high fidelity MMOs require a significant amount more money to make content than already established MMOs with entrenched player bases, with simpler art styles that can churn out content much quicker and cheaper. That's one of the benefits of WoW. It's one of the benefits of old school RuneScape. Is that still true with Fab and Megascans? Yeah, because people, I think, still with MMOs desire unique content. I mean, it's not that you can't throw in a couple of Megascans or something, sure, right, into the background especially, but for actual unique content for the game, I think 95% of it is probably going to be not purchased from an asset store. And that assumes that these MMOs are built on Unreal Engine 5, which many of them are not. Dream game forever, but more realistic game I think I can manage, which is also Dream Game, is a 3D puzzle platformer with the story being the main point. Yeah, that's doable. 100% doable. It's still going to be, a few years of work with, maybe like for a puzzle platformer. 10 people. 10 experienced developers. A couple $1,000,000. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of New World personally either. I mean, they pulled the skilling system straight out of like RuneScape, which was kind of okay, and the desire for the economy. Didn't New World have a ton of non-tradable items too, which kind of hurts the side of the player-driven economy? You love my vibes? Dude, thanks. I appreciate that. We try to keep things chill around here. Hey, Vinny. I like the life skills in New World, but the combat feels a bit stiff. The life skills. What were the life skills in New World? But the combat definitely was not anything to write home about. Same reason I kind of stopped playing Elder Scrolls Online. Generic bargain bin MMO? You know what was the generic bargain bin MMO? I'll pull it up. This MMO was the exact... Hold on, what was it called? I actually forgot the name of it. Oh yeah, that was the name. This is the definition of a mid-game with an A+ soundtrack. This ticks every single box that an MMO should have without doing a single thing that actually feels unique. Yeah, Spring Sale just started yesterday, I think. Go buy Red Dead 2. 11 out of 10 game. Not even up for debate on that one. Sure whether to be excited or nervous? Which part? Wait till you get to that part of the stream. Which one? What do you guys say? What part of the stream? I like the environments Throne of Liberty, but yeah, I quit like level 5. Here is how, actually, you know what? Throne and Liberty map Genie? Is this a good one? I'll give you a perfect example of why Throne and Liberty is really fucking annoying.
I'm gonna come.
How can I show enemies? Who the hell wants to travel around the world when the enemy density looks like it was placed by some senile old man who forgot that he just placed enemies 2 seconds ago? Holy shit, was that so obnoxious? It doesn't even feel realistic, and you can't even go like 2 seconds without fighting something. It was just... It was so obnoxious. Loot from enemies was not even that interesting. And the rates of drops were so abysmal that you couldn't even target farm something very reliably. Horrible. Absolutely horrendous. Not enjoyable at all. Even From Software games have better enemy density than Throne and Liberty. Those dudes the ones helping you make the game? No, they're not. That's bad. It's just lazy. It's really lazy. It's let's make a really cool environment, like Ken says. The environments are really cool. And then let's just have the worst enemy placement, the most annoying enemy placement ever. What are the other methods of ingredient discovery we have? Oh, we do have books, actually. As a likely scholar, you may also obtain ingredient information from books, such as this one. Later in this book, I'll provide some basic information about common ingredients found around Orithia. And the known alchemical knowledge about them. Your test branch outside of the lodge is gone? Whose? Huh? Is your finger already swollen from the ring? No, my ring is a little bit large. It's not enough to fall off, but it is... honestly, it's pretty good. It's a little bit loose, but not too bad. I got married recently. Let's branch outside the lodge. What do you mean, Kent? Oh, tested bench. I read branch. You mean this one? Yeah, I put those down for testing the Alchemy rework, but now that it's fully finished and pushed to main, I don't need it anymore. I married recently? Yes. Polish woman? Yes. We have been engaged for like 6-7 years, something like that. Mine swollen for 2 days, around 1 week after wedding. Jesus. Other magical implements may also exist to help analyze the Z is better. Analyze potion or ingredient information. It is said that merchants have gotten their hands on some of these implements. And it is likely you will be able to purchase one should you meet one of these merchants. Regardless of method or methodology, curiosity and experimentation is the key to success as an alchemist. Do not be hesitant. Do not falter under the weight of the unknown. True. You can check out the demo. Can't sleep without at least taking a look at it now. It's pretty old, to be fair. On our Discord, we talked about... Okay, so the last build we made was when we added the underwater biome. However, we wanted to add a whole lot of new information since then. Or a whole lot of new features. And in our announcements, we do talk about things that we want to add from that. So the previous build being from last year around August, the next build is going to have a whole lot of new content and features like our fishing minigame, farming, merchant, the dungeon, the puzzles, being able to throw potions, basics of potion combat, and of course the new alchemy hut. And then this will be available on Steam in some way. So it is going to be coming. Oh, it's Happy Pie Day? Oh, yeah. One person Nick said the trailer was just to demonstrate the intended look and feel. Would that have been okay? It would have been better, Ice Krieg. But it still wouldn't have been great because it just didn't appear as if the developer honestly went to any major lengths to show something unique in the game. Anybody can download Unreal Engine, it's free. Anybody can download the free asset packs from Fab, it's free. It takes about 10 minutes to jump in and play around in the demo levels of those asset packs. There's no, if the developer couldn't actually go to any effort to make something that indicated that he actually knew what he was doing with game development, how can I have any trust in that? Hoping for the success, dude. Thank you so much, and hoping for success to you too. Okay, I think this chapter is pretty good. These two chapters are good. Mixing ingredients will be the next one, and I don't think that'll be too complicated as a chapter. Processing ingredients, components. We'll get this done today. It's very possible we'll have to write a new NPC. Probably starting either end of this month or in next month. Which, as you guys know, can take me sometimes 2 to 3 weeks to write a new NPC. Very slow process. Mixing ingredients. Waiting for that werewolf mommy. Obtaining a cauldron is rather simple. Mixing ingredients and determining the resultant effects of the brewed potion. I think anticipating would be a bit better. Dissipating resultant effects of the brewed potion. Requires a logical mind. Just talking to your freshman motivation, just gotta follow up with discipline and be consistent. You've got the right head for this. Thanks, Chef, for all the advice, especially Lazy. Much love, bro. Yeah, Lazy is the Unity developer here, so if you have any like specific questions or issues with Unity, he's the person to ask to. Don't psych yourself into making it a drag with discipline and consistency. It's not a job, it's supposed to be a fun hobby. Yeah, I mean, you should have fun with it, right? If you don't have fun doing it, then it is just gonna be a job. I mean, to some people too, I mean, it's fair to say that I've worked with many game developers that do see it as a job and not a passion. You can't force people to have passion about something. I think any leader will tell you the same thing. You cannot motivate people, but you can inspire them. Motivation has to come from within. Consider a simple potion with a single effect. In order to achieve that effect, the alchemist must combine 2 ingredients with the same effect on them. The potion that will be brewed from this mixture will have the highest common tier of this effect. If more than two ingredients with the effect exist in the cauldron, the rule of logic taking the highest common tier of effect is still in place. This makes it easy to assume and anticipate the result of the brew. Almost absent. Still debating if I want to go 2D or 3D, and from what I saw, Unity handles 2D better than Unreal. It's true. The only problem is not having the freedom of blueprints, and I don't know how to code in C#. Yeah, number one, there is a blueprint-like plugin for Unity. But you can do 2D in Unreal. There were some awesome templates for 2D. There are some on Fab, but I know that there was one on... There was a guy on Patreon who made a 2.5D and 2D template. Better off learning how to code. I mean, you are, but... Blueprinting is coding. Godot is also an option, but he said that he likes to, or she likes to use blueprints. Godot does have its, every engine is going to have its problems too. Unreal Patreon 2.5D template. I swear I shared this a while back. I'd almost have to find it again. But yeah, there was a guy that made 2.5D templates for Unreal. And there's some full frameworks like this. That can help you get started. I don't like blueprints just because I like the feel of actually writing the code, more of a personal preference, but I do want to know what's easier, BP or writing. It is kind of unarguably easier and quicker to making things with blueprints. And blueprints in some cases will not be less efficient than code. However, blueprints are a lot more difficult to, I would say, merge, maintain, and organize than code. Also a drag to debug. That is also a good point too. Yeah. They have their pluses and minuses. You will see, by the way, a lot of experienced coders blueprint things to prototype just because it is so much faster to drag nodes around. And you can also have your coders make blueprints, right? So they can make custom libraries and expose things to blueprints for the designers or artists. The reason why developers and even Epic will recommend that people utilize both blueprints and code, which is the right way to do things, is because there are a lot of smaller things that will take up an enormous amount of time from your coding team that could just be done in blueprints by the designers and artists, saving your programmers time to actually properly implement and code and nativize the things that do need to be in the foundational code base, like, you know, core systems and things like that. It's easier but not hard to make it super messy. Yeah, it's very easy to make blueprints messy. Like I said, it's just organizing blueprints can be a pain in the ass. I think if I reach the maximum you can do with blueprints, or could they still improve the experience in terms of maintainability? They 100% could improve the experience with maintainability, without a doubt. I mean, even merging blueprints. You can't merge blueprints. If there are two conflicts in blueprints in your source control, there is no way to merge them apart from going and opening up each of them separately and copying and pasting things over. And that's just not acceptable, to be honest, at this point in Unreal. There probably is a plugin to help with that, but you know, this should be base. This should be just be base Unreal. Wish Unreal gave some version control that handles blueprints well. Agree. Once I wrap around C# and Unity, I for sure will take a look into BPs. Looks like something that will save me a lot of time in the future. It's very good to prototype, and even if you're working in Unity, if you want to prototype your game in Unreal because it's faster with blueprints or you have access to, you know, a lot of free assets, go for it. There are many developers that utilize multiple engines for prototyping versus actual development. Or more advanced alchemists. The flavor of ingredients may be a need depending on situation. Without passing judgment, it is not uncommon that poisons may be more desirable and of higher value with more subdued flavors. Conversely, a healer may want to create potions that have appealing tastes for smaller children who could act, I don't know if impulsively is the right word, but it is kind of an impulse if you drink something bitter and you might spit it up or throw it up. I think that's worded well. Conversely, a healer may want to create potions that have appealing taste for smaller children who could act impulsively to an intensely bitter potion. That works. I guess everyone has their own experience with Blueprint. I find it quite clean myself. It depends on how you use it, right? I think Blueprints get a bad reputation, but it's just because it seems, I think it's easier to make messy blueprints, and it is a little bit harder to maintain them due to, some of the lack of a proper organizational tools from Epic for blueprints. I think if you have a good IDE, it's much easier to follow chains of code and functions down through the stack. Okay, 50% cleaning the wires. Yeah, there's that too. It's like, I don't know. Coding and blueprints are neither good nor bad. They have their positives, they have their negatives, they have their issues, they have things that you need to be concerned about. I think that a good coder may be shit at blueprints, and a good blueprinter may be shit at coding, even if they have the skills to do it. Because I think that they require different skills in order to keep maintainable, keep organized, make look good. Alright, what's the next chapter? Processing ingredients. Got a plugin that does what BP assist normally auto-arrange nodes. Include us. I'm not a fan of the auto-arrange nodes. I don't think it always works well. There's a few different methodologies to making nodes that I'm not always a... I don't know. I have my own methodologies of doing it. Some people will do... You know, let's take like a for each loop or something. You know, they may put stuff like this, and then they'll do like a sequence or something. Although sequences are very dangerous. Be very, very careful using sequences. I opt for more of the... For the game time, you can choose left or bottom. I prefer going like this with things. All that real estate just to make a for loop. Well, I mean, this isn't much real estate to make a for loop. Sequences are dangerous. Sequences are dangerous because they do not execute technically in proper order. They execute all of these in the same tick. Meaning that if you have a setter node up here, let's just pretend this is a setter node, but then you have a getter call down here. This is all running in the same tick, not one after the other. Which is why I kind of opt personally to do the slightly more ugly thing, which is just cascade it. Just cascade it. Fuck sequences in most cases, just cascade it. It's not one after the other. Sequence nodes fire in the same tick. Prince, there will be an order unless you put a delay in one of them. I'm pretty sure it's async. Like, it's not going to wait for one of them to finish first. I mean, look, okay, let me rephrase this. It fires them in order. But in a function, the function is intended to write... is intended to work in one tick. So while it fires each in order, it will not wait for one of the lines to finish. And in some cases... you might have things that are further down that line that will not fire before the next thing in the sequence fires. It does not wait for that to finish. It's not like a, you know, it's not like a for each loop that waits for the loop to complete until it fires the completed node. That's what I mean by it. I think I just misworded that. So if you have some massive function where you use a sequence at the start and a whole bunch of shit down here, it will not wait for that to end. And I don't think it's worth using a sequence node if you are wanting things to fire in a very specific order. Sequence is like a return line? That's not what I've been told by Epic developers that I met at GDC. Is there a way to wait for async? Yes, there are ways. I'm pretty sure the sequence node even says this. The node may have any number of outputs, all of which get called as soon as the sequence node receives the input. They will get called in order but without any delay. Meaning that if you have a significant amount, like that's exactly what I mean. If you have any amount of more difficult calls or checks in one, in the first index of this, it will not wait until that's finished to fire this. And that is dangerous. I know it's good for flow control, but I wouldn't use it in many cases. There is, I believe, the multi-gate, which will wait. I think. But I could be wrong on that. Sure about what I say? If you call a method that lasts 1 second because the processing time will not trigger other nodes. Look, I'm just reading what it says, and I'm going based off of the words of Epic developers. And I've had the issue before where if you put too much shit on one of these indices, it's not like it waits until that's finished. So if you have setter nodes really far down in the line, it's not going to wait for that setter node until firing this. And you will probably have like an access error or incorrect results of your function. The safer method is just to chain it. Put a shit ton of nodes for, I mean, I do have a lot of big calls that I could do if I wanted to test that. But this is exactly what it says. Chaining would have the same problem. You would still need to wait on async tasks. If you need to wait, like a delay, but that's the point of a delay. If you chain things, you're not waiting for async tasks. You can't chain in a function. You can't put latent actions in a function, right? Let's agree. I mean, Clue does. I'm reading what it says. If you can find proof that it doesn't fire those in the same tick, go for it. But that's like the entire point of a function. I mean, I've had this exact problem before where if you have a sequence like that, it just doesn't wait. Like, I mean, there have been multiple times, like dozens of times in this development of our game where we've had that problem. And the safest thing is to make sure that things are being fired in the right order. I mean, so we have done it. Almost every ingredient in the world can be processed in a number of ways. Essentially changing not just the effects and flavor of that ingredient, I want to use potentially again, but also I want to like the tiers of the effects, right? Also the tiers of the effects. Yeah, it works. Reactions to different chemical or physical I don't like that. Maybe where to find free POG textures that aren't Quixel. I mean, other acid packs. I mean, are you looking for like realistic stuff? Well, Lepus, the issue isn't that it's not that it isn't firing in order. It's that if you have too many things on one of those chains. That takes time. It will not wait until that entire chain is done before firing the next one. And I have experienced that. I mean, maybe it was a bug with a version that I was using, but this is also what Epic's own programmers told me. I mean, maybe they changed it, maybe they fixed it or something. I don't know. But I stay away from it just because it's just better to make sure that you're firing things in the right order without having to guess if you're firing things in the right order. I think every programmer can agree with that. Not even a latent node. No latent nodes. I mean, I'm talking about functions where you can't put latent nodes. But even if you do latent nodes, the safer thing is still not to use sequences. I mean, that's why sequences are part of flow control, because they're meant to control how you flow information. However, there are some dangers with that. And some things can fire fast enough within a tick that you don't have that problem. Better safe than sorry, right? Wouldn't recommend sequences. I kind of want to mention different ways to process. I kind of don't. I could mention some of the ways of processing. I could also mention ways that effects might change when processing. That could be useful to the player. Put a sequencer in my code. I am the danger. I mean, who knows? I've been using Unreal since 4.0. Back when you had to pay for Unreal Engine 4. And, I don't know. They've changed blueprints and shit so much that maybe it was some bug with some earlier version. Which is good. I mean, because the sequencer was really fucking busted. Yeah, let me mention how processing changes ingredients. A lot of those, not so many things inside though. What, sequencers? Oh yeah, I mean, if you don't do too much stuff in it, I don't think you have a problem. People like to do them to organize code, but I think that you can organize code without them. Get to the demo? Thanks, man. Yeah, don't worry. You can test it when you need to, or if you just want to wait till we have this next build with a whole bunch of new features. Again. But yeah, take care. Sleep well. Where is this? Notes. Here? No. Here. This is where it is. Kind of poorly worded, but it works. And then we'll just list each of the processing states and how that might change the effects that are on the ingredient. That'll work. Drying ingredients. Seems to boost the quality of effects related to essence. and more utility-oriented effects. I mean, look, this is not like the most immersive way to word it, but I do think that it's better to be accurate than immersive. If you can be both, great, but if you can't be both, then try to be accurate. Nobody wants to be confused. Abilities of these ingredients to harm and cure, however, do appear diminished. Cutting up ingredients more positively affects utility-related effects, but negatively impacts the ingredients properties to heal and restore. Yeah, I think that sounds fine. Grinding up an ingredient Hey, Twitchog. Oh, shit. Sorry, I just bumped. Sorry about that. No, fucking emails. Alright, one work-related email. Ooh, sniffy, sniffy. Some more book pages today? Yeah, we're working on the Alchemy book. Hold on. That was weird. Grinding up an ingredient appears to... How do I want to word this? Non-neutral utility effects. The effects on an ingredient may be considered oh my god, this is going crazy. It's supposed to be relaxing. Random ingredient appears to enhance the effects of an ingredient that may be considered harmful, but not directly so. Having a negative impact on the ingredient's ability to heal and cure. Fermenting. An ingredient is a fantastic way to bring out the harmful nature of an ingredient in every way. This is way too crazy of a song. Now we're talking. Much better. Fermenting ingredients is a fantastic way to bring out the harmful nature of an ingredient. But this significantly hinders the ingredients. I'm using ingredient 3 times. Healing and stamina restoration properties. As a consequence. What can we spend the fish money on? Absolutely nothing. That doesn't have any use. I wish it did, but it doesn't really have any use. I mean, there is a hidden currency to the channel called feathers. You can type !feathers into chat. I don't know what I'll use this for, but it does exist. I think for some reason Lazy Fangs ends up having more feathers than me, even though I'm the streamer. I don't know. Damn, I got 337,000 feathers? That's crazy. Almost absent, you have none. I think at some point, Lazy Fangs, I don't know, but it might have been after we implemented it, you ended up with more feathers than me. Yeah, it doesn't care about you, almost absent. Fuck you. At 1 million feathers, you get access to my OnlyFans, where it's just butthole pics. That's like all it is. Different lighting, black and white, sepia, different parts of the world. Heal and restore stamina while negatively impacting harmful of an ingredient. I don't even think that leaderboard is the correct one. Is that like something else? I thought there was a proper command for the lurk bait leaderboard. I don't remember what it is. Distilling ingredients. It's an excellent method of fortifying both curing and damaging effects of an ingredient with the side effect of harming any ability or essence effect. That'll work. That fuck me and now tell me that even my top one catch might be incorrect. You know what I say to that almost absent?
Wrong.
What do I say? I kind of want to mention up here in ingredient discovery when brewing. Well, you know what? It's fine. Ignore it. Moving on. Next section. We have 2 books to write today. Alchemy experimentation is key. Oh, I don't know if there's another. I think there is another leaderboard. I don't know what it is though. A done fish. I get focusing on lore books at this stage of dev. I mean, one might be enough. Well, so there. I know it says lore books. That's kind of, I guess, maybe misworded. There's actually technically only one lore book that I'm writing, which is the Sunblight book. The other 3 books that we're implementing is the Worn Adventurer's Journal, which helps the player to understand how to solve the, that was very quick, right? Like 10 minutes. How to solve this puzzle. So that's kind of a necessary thing. And this fishing guide is the one that was supposed to be written to tell the player about some basic bait knowledge to like start fishing properly without starting from complete, ground zero. And then the one that we're writing now is the Alchemy guidebook, which will give the player an immersive way to understand alchemy, as well as some basic information of some of the common ingredients that they can find. So they are lore books, but they're also kind of like helpful game info. So yeah, I just kind of like misworded the title of the stream, I guess, and the goal. Then we have this Spoon lore book, right? The one about Spoon and Stenchus. That one is nice because then you can talk to Spoon about those things. Although I haven't finished writing up his dialogue for that. So I want to make sure that pretty much everything we write here does have its uses in some different way. Mathem C, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Kent, I'm very thankful that you didn't ask, why don't you overhaul the grass in your game or add sword combat? Hi, Mathem. Common ingredients. Common ingredients of Orithia. I don't know which ingredients we want to talk about. Okay, this question goes a bit deeper. We do want to overhaul the tutorial. We want to make the first potion that the player makes something kind of obvious. And simple. So I would definitely like to help provide knowledge of some of the basic ingredients here. But it depends on what kind of potion we want the player to make right off the bat. What a happy coincidence that I get microscape energy here. Hey, it's working for Kent. A stink bomb, poop, and vinegar. How you doing, Panzer? And stink bomb. Wait, is poop and vinegar how you make a stink bomb? How do you know this? Is that true? What kind of game are you making? It is an open world alchemy RPG where you make potions for adventurers, and depending on the potion you make and give them, it could change their fate, right? It could mean that they're alive, could mean they're dead, could send them on an entirely different path of life. It is not procedural, it is all handwritten, so, you know, I think that way we can achieve a higher quality of the writing and stories of these characters than if it were procedural. Putrescence, a sulfurous chemical. Ooh. Kind of gross. Where are all of my restore health? Can I highlight them? "35 cells found." Toadstool could be a good one. That's a very common ingredient. And this will unlock this potion knowledge, or this ingredient knowledge for the player when they read these pages. We set that up yesterday. So when the player reads in this alchemy guidebook that the toadstool mushroom that they can find has restore health on it, it will unlock that knowledge for the player. So it's kind of giving them a head start rather than just saying everything is completely hidden from the player when they start the game. It's a bit of a pain to set up, but it works. You can fish for other people? Yes, you can. I don't know if normal users can. Well, you guys will tell me because you'll see it on screen. I think only moderators can, though, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I think I do it like this. Alright, what else can the player find in the world that would have restore health? Does Dragon's Eye have restore health? It does, actually. That's a good one to use. As far as the thing, yeah, for moderators, I can do that. How's KCD2 going? Still holding your interest? You didn't finish yet? I did not finish it. It does still hold my interest. It is a long game. I want to stream it. I want to play it on stream, but at the same time, I don't feel like I'm anywhere close to actually finishing the game in the way that I play it, which is as kind of a completionist. And I don't want to rush through the story just for the sake of getting it over on stream. So I don't know what to do. It kind of sucks. It's not, yeah, it's a really good game. It's really fun. I'm really liking it. But it's tough for somebody who isn't a full-time game streamer to be streaming it. If that makes sense. How many hours does it take? Kingdom Come. It says the first game was longer. But not for the main story. I don't know. I feel like the second game is much bigger for completionists. How many hours have I put into it so far? Okay, Toadstool Dragons, that would be nice. Let's do... Those are for the restore health. And then we have... If you kill the NPCs that have dialogue before they say their dialogue, you might shave off some of those hours. This is true, and I'm a genocidal murderer. And also an insert word phobe. Pink, I mean, pink flowers are super common. Those would be nice to do. It's not fear, it's hate. Mushroom, flower, flower, flower. What do pink flowers and flowering bush have on them that we can talk about? Druid scents could be really nice with pink flowers. Let me get a more comprehensive list going here. And we'll put the indices of effects that we want to. Technically, it would be 0. For the first effect. And then we can talk about the sweetness, bitterness, and sourness too, so it would be index 4, 5, and 6. Ooh. Flowering bush. Using data tables? Yeah. Yeah. I have an export script here that I can just export all this into a custom data table. And then drag and drop that into Unreal. Do all 3 of these. People is sexy as hell. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. That's what I work with the best. Zero, 1, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's correct. The difficulty with the export script for the case of ingredients is that we have multiple structures, right? So we have like the display structure, the data structure, but then we have, you know, different arrays and structures down here too. So a traditional CSV can't export that properly. You'd have to have everything just in that one single layer structure. And that's where custom export scripts come in handy. Yeah, I could share information about every aspect of the toad. So I don't want to give the player too much info, but some starting point would be nice. Yeah, the reason for, you know, having everything in Excel rather than... If you have this much data in Unreal, not only is it basically impossible to keep track and edit it all and do balance changes inside of Unreal itself, it's just not wise, it's inefficient. So having the master spreadsheet allows me to make those balance adjustments on the whole and to keep better track of the information in a visual way. And it's also a master version so that if somebody does make a change or does modify something for testing purposes or an accident, I can restore that from the master version. And if you're working in a professional company and your game designer or systems designer doesn't have a big spreadsheet like this, they're not doing their job properly. Oh. I just drooled a little bit, I think. Oopsies. Sorry, I was thinking about boobs. You know how it is. Always foam. Always foam when I pour this. Drinking it fast today. Jesus Christ. Might be an addict. There they are. All right, let's see. I have to know which indices to unlock here for when the player reads each page here. I think I'll do it like maybe 5 pages. And try to give enough. For sure, like concussive blast would be great. So I know that the flowering bush had concussive blast, so one more common ingredient with concussive blast would be great to hint to the player. Skip those. Do this. That looks good. Because like if I can teach the player restore health and concussive blast, this is kind of the basics of healing yourself and dealing damage. And I think that that will give the player enough starting points to start exploring the world, fighting some enemies, you know, basic forms of secrets, destroying barrels and crates to get some of the ingredients from those. This will be a start. Dragon's Eye. Okay, let's do 0, 2. I'll just do that. And what's the first potion that Spoon wants? He wants a poison. If the player learns that from Ingredient Toadstool F, I could do Toxicap. Although I think that when the player finds the Toxicap, it's going to be pretty... not self-explanatory, but very obvious that a green poisonous-looking mushroom called Toxicap likely doesn't have health restoration properties. Like I've said before, you have to have a brain to play my game, and I expect you to use it. I will not hold your hand. Mainly because that's very lewd. What they do in anime, and it's pretty scary. What if I soak it in yellow effluence? You guys are so gross. Ew. I don't know, I could like talk about crystals. There's something right around the player's hut that would have poison. What does fermented honey do? Where's honey? It does have poison. Honey's a good one. There's honey right by the player's house. Easy to find. All of these should be very common around the player's house. Mansion, hut, whatever we want to call it. And for honey, I do want to talk about the flavor. Primarily the sweetness. Amanita muscaria. It's pretty nasty unless you cook the ibogaine out of it, or feed it to reindeer and then drink their pee. Why are you drinking caribou pee? Not me, yeah, a friend, right? Okay, these will work. That's good info we can put in there. So we'll have 5 pages of some ingredient helper. In the following few pages, I'll list some common ingredients you may come across. Depending on your region. Along with pictures. Basic alchemical information will be provided to assist with your journey as a novice alchemist. Information is not exhaustive, but part of the fun of this practice is the discovery that each individual makes for themselves. I would also not be so egotistical as to believe that I know everything about this wonderful and mystical world. Okay. Let's see here. The way we'll structure it, if we can, think of this as the page, is, name of ingredient. I can throw an icon in there, and then basic information found out. And then we'll just do one ingredient for each page, like this. Yeah, it is the toadstool. You're right. The reason I'm making an alchemy game is because I am interested in mycology. I do not have the room for it, though. I've always wanted to, though. I think if I can obtain a house in, like, the US, I'll have a small shed in my backyard where I can grow some mushrooms. And trade them with neighbors for favors. Primarily cooking mushrooms, if you must know. I don't intend to take hallucinogenics. Okay, we'll start with the toadstool, because the toadstool is pretty iconic, right? When people think video game alchemy. They'd be like, oh no, the mushroom guy. It's kind of fun. I mean, it's kind of cheap, right? You just buy a log, buy some spores. Different methods. You can also grow it in, like, wood shavings and whatnot. And depending on how well you grow it, you can just get shit tons of mushrooms, right? A pretty fun little hobby that also has the benefits of being able to cook with them. Those subs are super fun once you max out the poop tech. I grow moral in yard. Oh boy. God damn, look at this. Now that is a setup. Fungus as a whole is just really, really interesting. Once you learn the basics of how fungus grows, you can see why It has its own kingdom. And it's not considered a plant. It's a pretty incredible and versatile bit of life. Jesus Christ. God damn. That's pretty cool. You know, and I think it's just so cheap and easy to get into as a hobby. And they grow pretty fast. Closer to humans than to plants, genealogically speaking. That's bonkers. Yeah, you're right. I remember seeing that on a documentary. It's just wild. I don't know. It's crazy how it communicates, how it travels, how it spreads. And the, you know, the positive effects that fungus can have on the nature around it. Common find in forests. Decaying logs, rocks, other damp or shaded areas. What if those were the first tests before they started designing humans? They just blend morals and then disperse in water and dump all over yard. Enough detritus and they grow? That's crazy. Not close to humans if it has a positive effect on nature around it. Damn. Shots fired from Janko. Can't say you're wrong though. Do you guys adopt a more positive view of human nature or a negative view of human nature? What are your thoughts? Do you think humans by and large are positive individuals for the world and for each other? Or negative? I think we were engineered to do what we do. What a cop-out answer. I see. You're just a dirty centrist. What are we doing though, right? Humans are ignorant because the great architect is ignorant. We live in a simulation. That is a take. I can see why you like your psilocybin. Have a moderate, have a, not moderate, it's a, to restore person's health or stamina, health and stamina. Pace-wise, you'll find them I want to do earthiness and saltiness, not sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. We'll do 7 and 9. I'll let you guys talk about the simulation. I have no comments about the simulation. I can neither prove nor disprove the simulation theory. Only that sometimes it really feels like we are in a simulation. Primarily with the media. You guys ever feel that when you like see those supercuts of all the media stations or news articles and they all just say the exact same thing? Like you can layer them on top of each other and it's perfect. You feel like you're constantly in stimulation. Did you mean to include that T? Sometimes I just wake up with the stimulation.
I'm gonna come.
Morning stimulation. So we're moving from a simulation now to stimulation. Okay, I see. What's your masturbation methods, chat?
Wake up.
Don't put that in chat. That might get us in trouble.
I'm gonna come.
Stop it, we're trying to fucking focus.
FBI, open up!
Don't shoot! If you drive the toadstools. You dry the mushroom, it seems to lose some of its earthy taste and become a bit more salty. As for effects, the ability for the mushroom to restore health remains, but stamina, restoration qualities are replaced with essence restoration. Panzer, what are you on about? You have unlocked some deeper knowledge that even I cannot fathom. Mending the toadstool, a surefire way. But not how you spell surefire? Is it not one word? Is it hyphenated? Oh, it is hyphenated. Good to know. Any positive effects of the mushroom into harmful ones. It becomes, without a doubt, poisonous. Here's human delusions that humans think that they are so significant that the simulation makers care what happens in here. Personally, I think one of the greatest human delusions is believing that we're something other than animals. That's just me. Tasting it, however, showed me that the earthiness becomes subdued. The earthiness and saltiness fermentation process what word can I think here? A slightly bitter taste. Can animals learn to develop video games? Yes, I would say so. I mean, we have, and we're animals. Cooking the toadstool is a much nicer choice. It seems to enhance the restoration properties while also improving the flavor. Quite partial to the taste. Let's get 4, 7, 8, 9. Slight sweetness while maintaining a tad of its earthy base flavor. Savoriness and saltiness of the fungus. Else to become quite the dish. Warm apple pie with an acidic aftertaste. What, the mushroom? Can identify as anything nowadays. This is true. I hope this is not too much to fit on a single page. We're gonna see. I guess I could push it to 2 pages if we need to. Well, that handles the toadstool. Next one will be a pretty easy one, just the dragon's eye. Well, not experimented on much. Dragon's Eye is a striking flower that is easily visible across a field. Dragon's Eye, we want to reveal index 0 and 2 from the effects. So the restore health in the druid sense. Having both healing properties and a property that can enhance an herbalist's senses. Dragon's Eye is a boon to keep on one's shelves. In terms of taste, six, 7, 9 will do. And this is the sourness, earthiness, saltiness? Yes. Said to be quite sour and earthy, a hint of saltiness. Little is known how processing this ingredient might affect it. Okay, that's good. I wish I had a more unique name than pink flowers, but that's where 3 years of development will come in handy. Describe how each ingredient can be used. Only some of them. So we have, actually, how many ingredients do we have? Currently in game, we have 342 ingredients. I'm only going to be describing some of the qualities of these 13. Just enough to give the player a bit of a head start. But learning ingredient properties is pretty easy, if you really want to. You can just go pick up any ingredient you want and eat them. Yum. There's some saltiness discovered. Most ingredients are rather plentiful, some are a little bit more rare. Yeah, concussive blast, nice. And the sourness. Good stuff. So this will just give the player a little bit of a head start to make very basic potions, primarily the Toadstool, Dragon's Eye have Restore Health in them. The Pink Flowers and Flowering Bush both have Concussive Blast. So I can teach the player the basics of a Restore Health potion and a damaging potion, the concussive blast potion in this case. And then also a poison. And this will be done in this, immersive way, right? Hold on. I have to send a Okurva meme. Polish people know. Eat the wrong toadstool, die, game over in 3 seconds. We don't currently, I need to talk to Cuthbert about this. We don't currently have a, we don't have like in Skyrim where if you eat an ingredient, you get the effects of it. You will discover the effects in our game, but they won't be given to you. I would like to change that and see if it's easy to do. But worst case, if it's kind of annoying to do right now, we'll just save it for vertical slice, and I'll put it in the GDD. Sticking up high beyond the grass. Pink flowers. A staple for many an alchemist. Eat the right toadstool, get the creative juices flowing to reproduce Beatles' greatest hits. Beatles do some very good songs. Pink flower. Stop talking about juices.
I'm gonna come.
Watch that get me banned. With the effect of being able to spot herbs from afar. Making a potion of druid's sense is a logical first step to gaining knowledge out in the field. Did you catch gummy sharks? Those sound tasty. This effect seems to persist in all known ways of processing except for distillation. Regarding taste, the pink flowers are known to be moderately bitter and earthy. With this flavor, Flavors remaining quite moderate throughout all forms of processing. All processed forms. By the way, this is the soundtrack. What are some of the songs for Throne and Liberty? Good music, very good music. Boring game. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, and then we can finish up these. Hold on. What indices are these? 4, 5, and 7. Then we'll do the flowering bush, the honey, and we should be able to start putting these into pages. BRB. Oh. Hey. Kind of shitty weather, actually. Well, I was gonna go to the store too. There we go. Alright, flowering bush. We love bush. Flowering bush. We wanted to talk about the restore health and concussive blast effects. Yeah. And this is Bitter and earthy. This would be awesome. You know, I was thinking too, not to derail it, so you guys don't have to respond to me with this, but well, it's cool to have NPCs in Cauldron Chronicles. I was considering also having a little bit of like a bounty board for alchemy, where you could just make simple potions and like leave them in a box that at the end of the day gets picked up and fulfilling bounties. Yeah, the Slayer, but for potions, pretty much. Like, hey, the Thieves Guild is requesting, you know, 3 potions of poison. Something like that. Okay, flowering bush. Common sights in the spring and summer, especially in the Fringewood. Do I capitalize spring and summer in this case? Aren't seasons proper nouns? They're not proper nouns, okay. Common sights in the spring and summer, especially in the Fringewood. Flowering bush. And exceptional. Ingredient for alchemists. Due to variety of effects. Touting both health, restoration, and cussing effects. Mixing the flowering bush, other ingredients, and lead you down a path of healing or destruction. The flowers are also very mild in flavor, only displaying tastes of bitterness and earthiness. Turns out that pretty much every single plant is kind of bitter and earthy. Who would have known? Grinding up the flowering bush. Seems to nullify restoration effects. While drying, conversely, nullifies the concussing effects. Okay, I have something I need to confess while my wife isn't in the chat. We tried watching Looper last night. I've seen this movie before, she has not. She didn't like it. I mean, it made me sad. She thought that Inception was an easier movie to understand than Looper. So divorce incoming. It was Looper, the one with oh, what's his name? There's Bruce Willis and the guy that played Robin in the Batman trilogy, the Nolan trilogy. Young face. The fuck is his name? Joseph Gordon-Levitt. That's what it is. It's a sci-fi movie about how in the future time travel is invented, but it's outlawed. And so, yeah, that one. And so it's only used by criminal organizations to get rid of bodies that, and people that they don't want to exist anymore. That's me when I tried to have a girlfriend watch first Star Wars movies with me. After a few minutes, they went like, nah, this is too old. You're talking about like an X, right? Please? Yeah, an X, okay. Smart man. One of my favorite movies is from 1940. I bet that would turn off pretty much 90% of the population. I mean, there's a lot of great movies in the 40s and 50s. There's a lot of great black and white movies that I think people will just not watch because they're black and white. I'm really partial to the styles of acting too that was present at that time, like the stage acting. And you can kind of tell even nowadays when stage actors are hired, or actors with stage experience, they provide, in some ways, I feel, a very different, feeling to the movie. Like Harry Potter had a lot of stage actors. And I think that's what brought out some of the personality in the characters that were being portrayed. How good is honey is? Pretty good. Is a good source of health restoration. Fermented, however, this restoration quality gives way to poisonous properties. I'm sure any drunkard could attest to. Mead. Treat the bees well. They'll do the same in kind. Treat honeybees well. Another movie, and I don't blame my wife for not really getting into this too much. But another movie that I really enjoy was Chicago. Is a musical. Was definitely not her thing. All right, let's get this written up. Did you start with Star Wars 1 or 4? That's a good question. You made the mistake starting with Star Wars 1 and then going to Star Wars 4. Why did you start with Star Wars 1? Wait, she was fine watching 1 through 3? The CG of early Star Wars is pretty bad. I'm surprised she was okay with that, but didn't like Star Wars 4 where they used more practical effects. That's weird. Probably working at McDonald's now. That was a bit rude. Didn't order 2, but I expected old effects. It was funny actually to see them. I really like the release order of Star Wars. General Alchemy. Okay. Alchemist Guidebook. By me. Self-insert. Okay, first page. What is alchemy? Thank you for that. I bought 2 Point Museum recently. Played a little bit of that. Definitely recommend, very fun. And a very fair price for the quality of the game, honestly. I think it's like $30 or something. Yeah, it's $30. Really good quality game. Okay, next section. Ingredient discovery. This might have to be spread across, this will have to be spread across 2 pages. Hey Justin, how's it going today? You need VIP, man. Boom. I think that will allow you to not have to get hit by ads. Fuck ads. Actually, you're a subscriber, so you wouldn't get ads anyway. Okay, that'll work. And then we'll do the back side of that as the second page. Started up too late? Waking up too early, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Definitely do. Hey, it's Friday at least, right? I can only hope that you don't have to do any work on the weekend. I will do a little bit. Unfortunately, the weekend is my best opportunity to just kind of only think about replying to people, getting back to emails, having some meetings. I don't think I can fit. I need to delete 1 or 2 sentences, depending on length. There's also a typo. Been working past few weekends. I have stuff to do, but I'm going out of town. Won't be able to do any work this weekend. Adulthood. Been Friday for 14 hours here. I can't wait to leave work. Time zones. Okay, here's what I can do. I'm gonna move this to the previous page. Where it should fit. Shit. I don't want this to take up 3 pages. One of these two could be deleted. Or just cut down with enough time and materials. You may opt to brute force knowledge with trial and error. That's a better way to word it. Oh wait, wrong one. This one. It is pushing it, but I think it'll be fine. You guys hear my neighbors? Bang, bang. Oh, damn it! I thought I got the chaos spot after one spam, but it wasn't fast enough. They're fast, man. They come in, they spam that. Okay, that looks good. Next section, mixing ingredients. Mixing the races. A lot to put on one page. Oh, it fit. Okay. Worrying for nothing. Big Mama Pickle. Nice catch. It's 103 gold. Gotta get some of that Big Mama Pickle.
I'm gonna come.
Alright, processing ingredients. Why do you have that GIF? This one might have to take up 2 pages, primarily because of the line breaks. Undoubtedly. $867 out of 1,000. While I'm watching, you tried to remove that woman one from the channel. We can't allow for that. Yeah. 2 pages. We'll cut it at grinding. Okay, looks good. Lazy Fangs, what are you sending me? Common ingredients of Erythia. Okay, we'll have to make a slightly different widget for the ingredients. Should be pretty easy to do though. Ooh, almost too long. Okay, pull this in. Next page can use this basic same setup. Toadstool. Let me think here. Yeah, I'll do a horizontal box above the second rich text block. And here we'll put in the image. Doesn't need to be variable. And duplicate the rich text. Throw it here. It is set to auto wrap. Even though it's not. That's why. Technically that is correct. Obviously we don't want to put this much text over here, but that is the correct setup for that. And this can be smaller, probably half the size. And if we want, we could put a border on it. Draws a border. I think then we have to give it proper padding. Can you not blow out the margin? Kind of annoying. I can solve it with 2 borders. Oh no, I'd have to blend it. Yeah, it's being a bitch. This does not look good. Whatever. Fuck the outline. All my homies hate outlines. Okay, Toadstool has quite a bit written, but I think that we can get away with this in the first text box. Don't think it'll be too much. Maybe we'll put this in the one below it. It is a bit though. How many people working on this game? It's 2 to 3. But quantifying the work is a little bit more important. I was the only one stupid enough to make this my full-time job. So thankfully I work with people that are much smarter than me, who have full-time jobs, and they help out when they can, but you know, their time is a little bit more limited. Quite a lot more limited. But I don't want that to diminish the, you know, effect that they have on the project in any way. Now we'll push the cooking bit to another page. Don't really have much choice in that. Oops, I just opened up Spotify. Okay. I'm gonna leak my tastes in music. Because it's so boring. What a boring page. Whatever. You only funding this from streaming? Yes. Yep. For now. We went into that expecting it though. Think about that, but there is nothing to show yet, really. For your game? This simple one. Started a few months ago. I'll tell you what, we started from day one. We didn't have anything to show. I don't think people mind too much. I think people like seeing the early stages of development. I can understand your concern. I also think that you shouldn't have that concern. What you and I might define as not too much to show, other people might disagree with. I don't think it's very interesting to stream writing NPC dialogue, but for some reason people love to watch me writing NPC dialogue. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Hey, gotta start somewhere. You know, our very first stream, I think I was just working on... I don't even know what I was working on the first stream. I don't know if I opened up the engine in my first stream. I think I was so determined just to write the like basics of the documentation that I might not have opened up the engine at all. I talked about Power World. This was right when the game was announced. And I called it, man. I said this game might pop off. Yeah, I had very basics of information here. I didn't even load up the engine yet at all. I gotta start somewhere. And then when we did finally open up the engine, I was pretty sick right actually at this time, if I remember correctly. See, unless you guys... Shut up. Shut up, idiot. At some point I just said, fuck it, I'm tired of writing things up, let me just go in and prototype. I don't remember when that was though. Yeah, we didn't start with anything, so don't be afraid to show off what you're working on, even if it's a bit early. Especially if you're planning to get into professional game development, like work for another company, having those days recorded to show off your process of starting from nothing is beneficial for negotiation purposes. Views for that? That's my plan. If all of Cauldron Chronicles and Microraptor should fail and I run out of money and I need to go get another job, I'm just gonna make like a, I don't know, 20, 30-minute video of my entire process from nothing to whatever we have at that time. And I have every recorded day of development to work with. Hell, I mean, even in negotiations with publishers, they might want to say, well, or they might want to see it, and they just might want to see, hey, we don't really know if you said what you can do, or if you can do what you said you can do. So I can just say, well, there's the video. There's me doing it on stream. Hey, iMakeNada. Do you have that locally? Must be tons of terabytes. The game? Oh, you mean the videos? No, they're up on YouTube. I delete older VODs after a while. I don't need to have the original versions. We just have them all here. You can download them from the YouTube Studio if you need to grab them again. That's pretty nice. So yeah, I don't maintain the channel for views or anything. I just do it as a form of archiving at the moment. Once we have something more to show for the game, though, I do believe that we will start to produce better content. For right now, archive, posterity, proof, mainly what it exists for. Kind of as an anticipation measure. Unfortunately, publishers see a lot of like scams or a lot of low quality work. People who just, you know, try to rip them off with demo levels of asset packs. And if we can show them that, you know, hey, here's proof that we have everything that you see, you know, in our trailers is 100% gameplay. And everything that you see there, here's exactly what we did and we, you know, that we made ourselves or that we used from an asset pack. And here's the proof that we made it from scratch. A lot of AI slop asset pad, there really is. Love the environment in your game. Thank you so much, Hogan. Yeah, to reiterate, these are asset packs. I'm not an artist. But once we get funding, everything is replaced with unique assets. So this is more just like rather than having a gray boxed or white boxed to show to publishers, which works for gameplay, this is a more visually appealing way to show off the game that I think fits the, you know, the intended vibe. You're an artist? Well, definitely anything is better than me. What do you do? Do you do 2D or 3D? Looks good already while you're placing it. Mainly because this is not our content. And there are a few different packs here that are different styles. And so you have a lot of confliction of asset types and lack of optimization that may exist in some asset packs but not others. So we want the game to feel completely unique and new and our own. And so we want to replace all the assets with their own. You don't have to, you know, there's some things you can get away with, like rocks. Tons of developers use rock asset packs. Not a big deal, but for more specific things, we would want to make our own stuff. Oh, you're an environment artist, mainly in Unreal. I have a lot of positive affection and jealousy for environment artists. You guys are just so good at making things that look good and that look beautiful. And I wish I could do it. You can do it in Unity, but I don't like it. I agree. Spending days doing rocks. Assets. Anyone can do it, you can do it, it's just time. I can take assets and make an environment. I cannot make the assets myself. I just don't have the brain for it. I'm full left-brained, unfortunately. This stuff. This is my jam. Want to know something mad? Go for it. Bunch of Unity haters here. I don't know. Every engine is good and bad for different things. That dude, my word, I'm really good at Maya. Give me Blender and I can make a... And I can't make a box. Why is that? That's crazy. I've only worked with 3ds Max and a little bit of Blender in my past, and I tried modeling, I tried texturing. I fucking hated it. I really did not like it. I'm glad that I tried it, but... To be fair, too, this was a long time ago when Blender was kind of a lot worse than it is now. Blender's so much better now. I enjoyed 3ds Max when I tried it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of modeling. I don't have a... I can't visualize the model very well. I've considered maybe trying VR sculpting, but I don't want to have to, you know, buy a whole VR set just to see if I would enjoy that. Answer yourself a fish type. I did not even know that works. Learned in Maya, so it's what I know, if you get what I mean. Yeah, I do know what you mean with that. Have you run into any limitations with the blueprints where you had to code something? There are some, but you can do the vast majority of a game in blueprints if you want to. It's really just knowing what nodes to use. But there are some things that will be easier, better, and more efficient in the raw code. Hey Hilton, Unity Engine got some controversy around it that I would call it the Division Engine instead. You're not wrong. Crazy CEO. Yeah, Unreal does just have a lot of built-in functionality that Unity you have to pay for or add on to or make yourself. But Unreal also has a lot of bloat. A lot of bloat. I think this is the only one that needs to be on its own page. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, right? Yeah, 8 in total. Okay, this is General Alchemy page 1. Nothing on the backside. It was long gone, all the dumb stuff they said they would do, they didn't do in the end. I thought they replaced it with a new CEO that was like ex-EA or something, or ex-Ubisoft. CEOs are kind of like teachers and unions. If they do a bad job, they don't actually get fired. They just kind of move to a different company. 4, 5. 6. Don't think so. It's a guy who's an actual developer. Are you sure? Maybe they changed it again. I don't know. Being an artist, I only dab in programming, but I find blueprints so nice to work with. They are very nice to work with. You know why my game assets look very simple due to me being too picky about assets and geometric accuracy that I make all my assets with open scat? That's crazy. I mean, hey, if it works, you might get a unique, you know, kind of feel to your game. Unless you're Blizzard, then they get more money and fire staff. Dude, Blizzard is fucked. I know some people whose dream it is to work at Blizzard still, after literally all the knowledge that we know. I mean, you know, do what you want, right? Your life. I can't judge that or change that. But of all the places you want to work in game dev, you want to choose Blizzard? My guy worked at Blizzard and he says only good things about it. Maybe it's better internally than it appears on the outset, but my hot take, everything that I've heard, I wouldn't want to even step foot in that place. Horrible management, people that don't care about the game, incompetent development, not really making good games anymore. And I've heard some pretty unfortunate stories about like racism and sexism in the company. There was that one guy who worked there that leaked that he was made fun of for kind of being a little bit machismo and like driven to like suicide and stuff. I don't know. Suicidal, you know, thoughts. Then you have the breast milk controversies, the racist hiring practices, and sexist hiring practices. I don't know. I don't know. Back when he was working on Overwatch, maybe it was better then. God. Yeah, like I said, I'm already somebody that I wouldn't really work at a AAA company, personally. But if I had to choose, I probably would not choose Blizzard. Breast milk is too sweet for coffee. Why do you know this? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. All milk is you know, technically, you're very right. Are your textures blendable? The grass and the path? Yeah, they do blend together. We can paint them. Preparing some shaders. There we go. The entire prototype world here is handmade. I haven't used procedural generation for any of this. It's not the greatest. You know, like I said, I'm not an artist, so I don't really do certain things too well, but I'm proud of what we've made. Could be a lot worse. This was also my first time using the landscape and foliage tools in Unreal, so that was good practice. Looks good, thank you. Thank you. Alright, let's see if this this book looks good. Experimenting with Houdini. I will tell you, if you learn Houdini, knowledge of that will take you very far in game dev. Especially as an artist. I probably would not hire a tech artist without Houdini knowledge, personally. Whole different way of working it is. That it is. Actually, this looks nice. The temporal super resolution is doing a little bit of ghosting, but once it settles in, it's okay. And you can always zoom in too. Could be worse. Just needs to work for the prototype. Let's add some knowledge to it. Knowledge array. I'm going to take custom maps and place foliage out of Houdini into Unreal. It's an interesting pipeline. Are you self-taught or did you do any schooling? No, I dropped out of high school. No college. High school was boring. And then, I mean, when I say self-taught, like I did have mentors, right? You know, it's the people who hired me and trained me a bit. I did learn from them, but I'm not really a big fan of watching, like reading game design books or watching game design videos. A lot of it, most of game design is just, yeah, you can learn stuff in theory, but then you need to actually apply that in practice. And so I kind of learn better by just applying it and analyzing other games. It's just my own personal way of learning. Okay, this is index 0, so we'll have nothing there. Index 2. This is all just kind of teaching the player alchemy, so there's nothing here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 9 is where the first bit of knowledge would be. Like environment, you would export it as static mesh, bring that into Houdini, create a custom map for something like every face that is 45 degrees facing the sun and above 2 meters. Take that and put it into Unreal so you can place vines on only the faces. I can't even visualize how that would work, but to be fair, that's because I'm not an artist. One of my favorite things to do at some previous companies was I had a super knowledgeable art lead working with me. You know, this guy had like 30, 40 years of experience. He knew Houdini. Everything that came out of his mouth was just dripping with experience. And he was so great to talk to and to learn from. I miss having somebody like that. You know, I would ask him kind of stupid questions sometimes, but they were legitimately just things I didn't know. That's what you need. Dude, I know, I love having people around there. If you are the most knowledgeable person in a room, you're in the wrong room. And that is very true in game dev as well. Yeah, he's in my contacts, but you know, I'm super busy, he's super busy. A lot of my questions would, you know, kind of just be spontaneous based on things that I was learning. Right now, I haven't had the need to jump into a whole lot of art things. And being a prototype, I don't really care about optimizing this at all. What do you mean schools are not that good? Oh, Hilton, schools are not very good either. Most of the time, they just get a teacher that tells you to Google things yourself. Very passionate. A few passionate teachers around. I think it depends. I think some teachers are really good. Some curriculum for game development degrees are good, and others are bad. In general, I don't think you need to get a degree to get into game dev. But if you have a good program, if you have a good curriculum at a local school or something, you will benefit from that. You'll benefit from the networking, from the projects that you do as a class. There are some people that frequent this channel that are in game development classes that I think, from what they've told me, sound very good. But I will say having a degree doesn't mean anything in game dev in most cases. I can tell you that from hiring experience myself and from many of the companies that I've worked at. They will just ignore education sections of CVs and resumes. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, index 8, page 9. Is the first bit of knowledge, and this is all Toadstool. Got 2 different degrees and been in like 4 other schools too and observed teachers a lot. Personal experiences. I mean, I agree with you. I'm not a big fan of formal education for game development, but there are a couple people from this channel that are getting formal education, and they seem like they're doing the right thing. A degree, but not in game dev. That's common too. Especially here in Poland, people seem to just get degrees for getting degrees. And having any degree is seen as better than not having a degree, even if the degree that you have is in something that isn't relevant. Just kind of wild to me. Most Polish people, especially if they're in, you know, our generation, have a degree, and most of them are in jobs that do not require that degree or use that degree in any way. Which to me seems like kind of a waste of taxpayer money, but I don't know if we want to have that discussion today. Changed my whole life from construction to games art at 32, went to uni, got my degree, and moved on from there. That's really cool. Do you do a hard surface or organic modeling, out of curiosity? And do you also do the texturing too? Or just the modeling and UVs? You do both. Everything. Are you working on a game right now, or are you looking to join some people? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. 0179. 01 4 5 3 4 5 6 7 9. Spin up tons of virtual servers to set around the spare time and go deeper in the subject. Oh, in IT school, teachers were just ignoring people playing games during class, and then The actual schoolwork for the class was usually finished in 10-15 minutes out of the 50-minute class. Jeez, now that was actually taught. Where do you live or where did you go to school? Like what country? Finland. I would not have guessed that Finland would be that blasé about its education, honestly. I'm really working on some freelance stuff while I get myself started for my master's. Dude, congrats on the master's. I'm always available to work on projects if you want to look. I do want to look. You probably only would want paying jobs, understandably. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, this stuff just blows my mind, being able to model. I don't know how you guys do it. Everything in this is modular. How long did all these take you? If you had to like combine the man hours for all the modeling and the texturing. When you worked in construction, did you work on any like CAD software? On 3 weeks, but only because every indent in the walls is movable? What do you mean? Like all of these are just like decals or something with normals? Oh, that's cool. I like that. I asked why our Windows training server only had like 2 cores, being big rack server, and all the teacher said that he was only given like 2K or 4K budget. Jesus. Industrial metal worker. Very nice. I have a little bit of welding experience, and I also did some work for my dad's company, and he's in the electroplating industry. I've been in some scary chemical plants, some with much better safety than others. Oh yeah, let me just work on this heavy thing above an acid bath for 3 hours. That's great for your skin. It's very cool. Really good work on this. Yeah, keep it up. Keep it up. You're on the right path. Looks a lot better than my first models. Actually, it looks better than any model that I've ever made. Not even my first models, literally any model. Okay, 7-9. This will be the earthy and salty. Fermented is 0579. Bitterness. Earthiness, saltiness. Yeah, you're right. Every hour you do, you're an hour better. I kind of say the same thing too with designers, where it's like, just stop writing down your game idea and just start trying to make it. Arguably, you will learn more about game design by trying to put your game design into practice than you will thinking about your game's design. You just have to jump in. You cannot be afraid of failure. And that, I think, was one of the biggest things that I was afraid of when I was getting into game development, was failure. And so I just wouldn't try it. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. Okay, that is the toadstool knowledge. 16 people in class and all needed the ISO files at the same time, and around 4 people downloading at the same time would jam the entire server up. Holy shit. Yeah. I miss those days where even local networks were slow as shit. Nowadays, if you have good, good cabling and a decent enough processor, file transfers like that are so quick. Or you would just have a file server where people could download from in their own time. Even you could set up like a local torrenting network too, so that even if something went down or the progress was slow, it wouldn't cancel. I started uni, I had no idea, and everyone else around me came from college and knew what they were doing. So I just did 50 hours a week, and I soon caught up. Damn, 50 hours, that is, I hope you didn't burn out, because I feel like that would be the highway to Burnout Central. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did your second year, but I got through it. I was more resilient to burnout, or I guess I was just more ignorant about burnout when I started in game development too. And I felt like I had to catch up, because I got a little bit of a late start after dropping out of high school. You make the mistake, you burn out once, you learn, oh shit, that's an easy way for me to hate what I do and to be really unhealthy, so let's not do that again. That's the wrong index. Because this is index 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14. Set up a local torrent network for the NIDA files. When teacher did not warm up to the idea that he could instead share them from his computer instead of the server, that was a total pile of junk. You think what happened to me? Next thing you know, you can't focus on anything for longer than 20 minutes, yeah. I got so burnt out working on Darkest Dungeon that I just ended up hating the game. And it took many years for me to actually just kind of have positive feelings even looking at the game. And it wasn't because, it wasn't because the Red Hook mistreated me. It wasn't because of anything they said or did. It was mainly just because I was working on it 14 to 16 hours a day, every single day, including weekends, including holidays. I felt like I needed to. And it had positive effects, but not many. Just realized yesterday, Darkest Dungeon, fun game. I have some problems with it, but it's still a fun game. It's very heavy to run. Zero, 5, 7 for all of these. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The laptop really struggles with Darkest Dungeon. That's a weird one. Haven't played it yet. One of the many games picked up and haven't played. If I had a subscription from everybody in chat who has a library full of games that they've never played, I think every single person in this chat would be subbed. Go on, tell me I'm wrong. God. Like, I'm no different. I'm with you guys. UI clicking is very janky. Yeah, they mentioned the UI solution for Darkest Dungeon. I remember being a very contentious topic that they knew that they needed a better solution for game 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have all games but no game. Yeah, you're looking at your library like, oh, I don't know, I don't have anything to play. Library, 800 titles. 0, 4, 5, 6. Sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. We talk about the flowering bush. All right. No, we only talked about the bitterness and earthiness. Bitterness, earthiness.
Mr. President, wake up.
Wherever you are, Joe Biden, I hope that you are resting. I just want to see what that did. At a certain point, it just you feel bad for Joe. You're like, dude, you're not here anymore. Go to bed. Did someone say ice cream? A different way. Good morning. Okay, I think that's the right information we needed to convey. We're on UVs today, which we all know is boring. True. Mrs. said, keep an ear out for the door. I've ordered you a donut. It just came. She's ordered me 12 donuts. Krispy Kremes or some other donuts. We have an ice cream. Let's go see if this works. Blender donuts. Greg's kind of like crispy. Oh, nice. Fucking lucky. So what we did is I overhauled the book so that you obtain only the knowledge that is visible on the pages that you can see. I think I have the wrong index for this too. We index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What if I type that in wrong? Oh yeah, it is. It's one index. There we go. One index off. Add more padding on the sides. Let me take a look. That might require me to change all of the pages in the game. I might opt to not do that for the prototype. Super small quality of. I agree with you though. I do agree. More padding on the sides would be nice. But I'm not going to touch it for prototype. And all the books you read are readable again at any time from here. Okay, restore health, druid sense. If the druid sense on pink flowers. I still have problems with that loot and discovery slider. I could fix that. Looks correct though. Gives the player a good starting point. The discovery itself is not too annoying when you first start the game. In which case, this book should be done. And that book should be all good, all finished. 3 out of 4 books complete. What's the concept of the game? So this is very inspired by old school RPGs where choice and consequence is key. You play it an alchemist in a fantasy world making potions for the passers-by. And the potions that you make can change their fates. So it is not a shopkeeping game, but you're more like a specialist. And you have an open world that you can explore. You can fight enemies, solve puzzles, find secrets. You have different weather conditions and seasons that will change the ingredients that are available. I can show you that testing map actually. Once the shaders compile. If the shaders compile. Or if the engine crashes first. Hey Forrest. Been a while, how you doing? Every time, yeah. Oh wow, an engine crash. It must be a day that ends in Y. One build shaders now? Okay. So yeah, this is one of the testing levels that we used to determine if the usage of data layers could be used for changing both seasons and for corrupting the world. And it does seem to work. And the really cool thing about using the data layer method is that you have like the woody nightshade here, which should be available in both autumn and summer. But switching data layers, as long as it exists in both data layers, it does remember that state, which is pretty cool. And if we corrupt it too, I also set it to remember that state. It was a little annoying to get working. But corrupting will then corrupt all the ingredients within that biome, which are completely different ingredients than the base versions. And modeling characters for 2 days straight, Jesus. I do not envy that. And we can even have different animals on different seasons as well. It's pretty cool. So yeah, this was a very good proof of concept that we would then expand up to the whole game world. Game system sounds super advanced and complicated. Yeah, it would be. It's, you know, it's a very much a systems-driven game, and one where, you know, you can learn the ins and outs of the systems and how to manipulate them to your advantage. During different weather patterns, you might have ingredients that are only available to harvest during those, or during different seasons, of course. So as an alchemist, you want to make the most of harvesting ingredients before winter, right? Because in winter, you don't really have a whole lot available. Stock up your store of goods, and then you can make potions throughout winter until spring arrives again. Is that a case of make the potions ready, or do you make them to order? You make them to order. So the potion making system I can show you. Let me jump back to the prototype map. Let me jump back to the prototype map and I will cheat all knowledge. So it's a bit easier to explain. Unlock all, wait, all ingredients. Identify all ingredients. Alright, I hear my game so often, I can't. After working in your game for hundreds of days, the last thing you want to hear is your game, sometimes. So you have, you know, a whole bunch of different types of ingredients, right? And these might have different effects on them. So, you know, here's all the ingredients with restore health on them, for instance. To make a restore health potion, we would combine at least 2 ingredients with the restore health effect on it, sorry. And then the resulting potion would have restore health at the highest common tier. Right, I have a, what's called a deviated septum, which kind of fucks with my nose and phlegm and all that gross shit. So for instance, we can combine the toadstool, normal, and the crimson clawfish cooked in the cauldron to make a potion with the restore health 1 effect on it. But this is very freeform, very sandboxy. So say I had a character come in asking for a restore health potion and a restore stamina potion, but we already have restore stamina on the toadstool. We can grab some, maybe, I don't know, some carp. Got some pretty shitty restore health on it. Also fortify health on the cooked version. We can throw that in there. Now we have restore stamina 1. And maybe I can go a bit above and beyond for the NPC and try to make them something with fortify health here and bulwark. Now these are all very low tiers of effects, but you know, it is a very free-form method of making potions. So your inventory is a cupboard? Yeah, 100%. Deviated septum club, you have it too, Justin? It sucks, man. And sometimes flavor of the potion also matters, so you might have characters who want a specific flavor or don't want other flavors. You know, you might have a some, you know, clandestine looking dude come in asking for a poison, strong as you can make it, but without, you know, any major flavor to it. Obviously he probably wants to poison somebody with it, right? You could just give him this potion and say, yeah, here's your poison. Here it is, sir. Here is your fantastic poison. Super good. There it is. And we will see how the story reacts to that. Maybe, you know, he was trying to kill a king or something, or somebody super high up in the nobility. And rather than getting that person killed, he gets caught for trying to poison, and the king has never been in better health. Super good death. Yeah, fantastic poison, super great, kills everything. So in that way, this is, you know, that RPG where you can choose what kind of alchemist you want to be. You can name the thing you're making. What you can also do is, if you don't like to name it yourself, let me grab some shit here. I have a function that will automatically name the thing that you have based on the effects that are known. Night vision dram of slowness, sluggish filter of night vision, slowing elixir of the owl. There's a few different combinations that you can get based on the prefixes and suffixes. And this will be based on the most prominent tiers of effects. So if we, for instance, have... Well, I can show it with Aetherlight, actually. Where's Aetherlight tier 1? That'll work. So in this case, because both Slow and Aetherlight are of the same tier, it will randomly choose which one of these to include as the second one. So Night Vision is the highest tier. You will always have something talking about Night Vision on here, but then the second prefix or suffix will be based around either the Aetherlight or the Slow. Even though that doesn't seem to be the case. Oh no, it's because it determines that it's a positive potion because you have more positive tiers of effects than negative. So the naming scheme prefers to choose effect prefixes and suffixes of the whether or not the potion is deemed to be more positive or negative. I'm very proud of the naming thing that I did here. Let me just toot my own horn. You can make it again via shortcut? No. So rather than having explicit recipes for potions, this is more like Elder Scrolls, where you might have 10 different ways to make the same kind of potion. And so your skill and knowledge and discovery of ingredients plays into how fast you can make potions, rather than there being a, you know, this isn't like potion craft where there's a million steps to make a potion. Rather, this is going to gate you in speed based on your knowledge of how to make potions well. Can I make a lot of potions when I'm bored in the winter and just sell them? Yeah, so this potion is valued at like 23. Let's make this, and I will show you our merchant, if I can get her to spawn. What about the ingredients? Is that a separate inventory system? So you can see the ingredients here. Ingredients can be used for fishing as well. So you might have some fish that prefer certain ingredients, or many fish will, you know, very much enjoy certain things like the violet worm. Let me get Spoon killed here. I can show you the merchant. Yeah, if you want to make potions to discover effects and then to sell them for gold, go for it. You can also just sell ingredients for gold if you want. You can analyze ingredients. You can eat ingredients to discover their effects or flavor if you have too many or you need to obtain more knowledge. You can analyze potions as well. My goal is to try and build a lot of systems and depth around a few core things. So the more that you can use ingredients and potions for, the better. And of course, then potions are also used in combat to... Oh, there's a zombie. For instance, you can see the zombie there, and it's going to take damage and be hit with Aetherlight, since we have these two effects on the potion. You can also drink the potions yourself, in which case this potion would damage you and light you up, just like the zombie. Do you need to collect items? Yes, I just cheated in all the ingredients for showing off the alchemy system. What's your fishing minigame like? I can show you that. Here's our merchant, by the way. She also has her own story, and helping her could make her like you more and give you better prices, or you could get her killed if you want, and you'll never see her again. But we can sell that good potion we made here. So she buys at 50% of the price. And we can also sell and buy merchant ingredients and seeds from her too, for like farming, for instance. We will buy the that. She also sells books sometimes. Others might sell books. And we can also buy the flavor analyzer and greenhouse from her. Unfortunately, I cheated all ingredient knowledge, so this wouldn't do anything. I can quickly sell some like seeds or something to show you the greenhouse. And our intention with this is to show publishers that you can buy things from merchants that can augment your house. So keep in mind that this is all still just very placeholder. And she'll also bring some potions too. That's actually a pretty good potion. Water Breathing 3, Night Vision 2, Druid Sense 1. Silence doesn't really work on you because, you know, you're not a mage, so good potion. That's the one we sold to her. Now, normally, because you don't know any of the ingredient knowledge when you start the game, you'll see that she sells a Fortify Stamina 2 potion, but you won't see the ingredients that were used to make it. So you would have to learn those effects on the ingredients that are used to make the potions to then know about the potion. Cosmetic microtransactions, no. No microtransactions, no loot boxes, no NFTs, no blockchain, no paid for convenience DLCs, no day one DLCs. None of that. It's a premium game. You pay for it once, you get the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got
You can cheat with it. It's not going to have any DRM. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. I do not care. Is the house upgradable? Yes, I will show you. So we can buy the greenhouse expansion from here. And you see this wall over here? Nothing there. We can use the greenhouse from our inventory, and now we have a greenhouse where we can grow things. And these all have different acceptable light levels that are based on the time of day and the weather. Steam only or GOG? I don't see any reason why we can't do both. I'm very pro people owning the games that they buy. So you can see this one isn't growing because right now it is still full light and this only accepts partial light and darkness. But if we were, you know, it's going to become nighttime soon and this will start growing. This one will not because this only grows during daytime, so. Okay, buddy. Do what you need to do. Let me show you the fishing. Ignore him. But I will reiterate, this is a prototype. This is representative of the final product. But this is meant to be very, very bare bones and basic to show publishers, hey, here's the game we want to make. Here are some of the things you can do in it. Here's a really ugly version of the UI. Please give us money. Thank you for the follow, Hogan. Why is he in your house? I don't know, he wandered in there. As for first solo game, it looks like a lot of content. That's the hope. That's the hope. We want this to be not a small game. So this, I would say, is like a half-done fishing system. There's a lot of improvements that I'd like to make to it, but it is very basic. So you can use any ingredient as bait. Some fish will prefer certain ingredients. Some bait is preferred by all types of fish. And then you have like a Stardew Valley or Genshin style minigame where you try to get the fish here before he gets away. You can also watch the fish move towards the bobber. It's kind of shitty, but it works. Ooh. Easy game. So yeah, we just prototyped that in a week. Actually, we prototyped that and the trapping in 1 week. So there is a passive way to fish as well via trapping. And you have to bait the traps. Let me cheat some fishing bait knowledge right now. I kind of forget. A starfish, dragon's eye. That'll work. So you can bait this. We'll try to catch a crab too. You can do that with carrots. That's just one of the things that they like. Oh, see. Possible catches, we unlock that. Then come over here, we can see that we have a sunburst star ready to collect, and we can quickly collect those. Or remove bait, or restock it. We can also put new bait in and get our old bait back. So you use ingredients to catch, in this case, other ingredients, right? The sunburst star is also another ingredient that you can use in your potion making. Somewhere. Oh, this one's further up. One is here. And once you obtain that fishing knowledge, this does save there. So you can see it is caught with Dragon's Eye Normal, how many we have in our inventory. And then if we go up to Dragon's Eye Normal, we can also see that it is used to catch the sunburst star and how many of that we have in our inventory too. Even people like me can catch, yeah. We also have underwater farming. There's different biomes where things can grow. So the nice thing about the greenhouse is that it can grow everything, not depending on biome, except for underwater. But there are a couple of underwater plots. We only have one underwater thing to grow right now. So that could definitely be expanded on. But again, this is just meant to show publishers, hey, you can also grow things underwater. And that grows in partial light and full light. Or probably partial light because of, yeah, partly cloudy weather. Kelpin weed would be do great things. We have a beach ball, of course. Common things found in fantasy worlds. The animals will play with them. He likes to bonk it. Main reason you play Destiny 2. They do play with it. So this is just like a very, very small world. We just wanted to show, hey, look, publishers, we have forest, we have caves, we have a desert, we have a lake. Give us money, we make much bigger world. That's for you guys. There is some loot in the water, if I can find it. I think the barrels floated off somewhere. What is the art style? Medium polygon stylized, like this, vibrant. Generally, the style you see here is pretty accurate to what we want in the final game. Certain things float, so when you find like ingredients or potions down in the depths, they will float and apparently get caught in some of the meshes. That's how it is. A little immersive feature I added was if it is like storming. Right underneath the water, you will still be able to hear the sounds of the weather. But as you go deeper, It all fades away. A little bit of immersive sound work on that. Another fishing spot here. You have the water line when you're half in water? Yes, it's a little hard to see though, because you do have buoyancy. That's done through world coordinate. I have a distance to surface that while the player is swimming, I lerp the sound for, I believe. Do I have the moaning? I do have the moaning beat. Yeah, the beach ball will sexually moan at you if you keep it in the air for 10 hits. The deep lake fishing spot. Best part of the game. I like the altar of Kek a lot. Oop, here he comes. Oh, shit. Gotcha, bitch. We can go over to the altar of Kek. This is my completely non-important collection of rocks over here in the corner. However, if you stand on the altar of Kek, they do read out Kek. And if you stand on the altar of Kek and look in this direction for 10 seconds, the Lord and Savior will appear. We have a couple of caves too and stuff like that. So, you know, we just need to be really, really fast, really efficient, show off what the gameplay is going to feel like. Different methods of depth that the player can get into for each system. And we're nearing the end of that, but we still have a long ways to go. Almost absent, you knew I would sneeze. There are crates that you can destroy for different ingredients and sometimes some random potions. Of course. Snail. Spooky eyes. Just know how my brain operates. This is Bobby Bites rock. He told me to put it here. So this is his rock. It does nothing. It just sits there. There are also some trapping spots that you can do in the cave. Also fishing, or farming. Great place to grow mushrooms. Because they will grow 24/7. Have to work lately too much. Can't even view all the time. Don't worry, Blister D. Don't worry. We're just happy to have you check in. I didn't destroy this. Why didn't that destroy it? Oh, there it is. Managing to grow your ingredients as much as combining them into potion to use. There's a little bit of that. Yeah, I mean, this is a kind of a life sim in the same time. An important thing to note is that NPCs do not arrive at your hut back to back to back. There is a bit of time, like 20 to 30 minutes of in-game time before another NPC will arrive. So that's where you would take your time to explore a bit, check up on your seeds, your farming, you know, do some fishing, explore a bit, visit some dungeons. You know, we want that variety of gameplay. And there will be a way to quickly get back to your hut when you need to. You know, this is a prototype, but we're also trying to make this very stable too, so not really too buggy, no crashes. We want to indicate to publishers that, you know, we kind of know what we're doing, and we're serious about making this. We recently made our dungeon, which I think looks much better at nighttime because you have the lanterns lit up. Shut up, bitch. Who asked? Okay, we can get them to open our door for us. Sneaking through. There's a fun puzzle in this room with these different pedestals, and you can put different potions in them. And you need to find out which effects to have on the potions to unlock all this good loot in here. Okay, fuck off. What a bitch. That opens up too much. I can fix that. Thank you for hitting me. Some secret breakable walls. Some more hidden stuff down here. The Warren Adventurers Journal, we wrote that yesterday. Will there be combat? Yes, there will. Yep, it's potion-based combat. And the effects on the potion determine what happens to the enemies. Oh, I busted that too. Also ignore this. Will there be swords? No, no swords. What you might work on is your look dev and your textures. Overall, it's too glossy. It is. That will be handled by the art director. Don't worry. Once we get the funding, we hire an art director who will completely determine the stylization and methodologies for that. Accidentally throws healing potion. Hey, in the case of zombies and skeletons, healing would actually hurt them, and poison would heal them, which is why they're in this poison pit. You'll have to drag them out of there, or deal enough damage to outpace the poison. Spoilers. Yeah, so rather than being, you know, just another typical open world RPG with martial combat, we wanted to double down on the fact that you are an alchemist, and knowing how to make potions and utilize potions is your, you know, is key to who you are as an identity. What a bitch. So that's why, you know, you can do a whole lot of things with ingredients, a whole lot of things with potions, and they all kind of play into each other. The aurora's out tonight. Very pretty. So we're getting there, one thing at a time, right? There's also a lot of open world interactions that we'd like to have, so I can force this to be healed, which is not the proper way to heal it, but this also will unlock, you know, some new ingredients that grow beneath this mystical tree. These are very good ingredients too. Very high tiers of fortify essence, resist magic, restore essence, chill. we need to build a whole level actually where we add some more ideas for adding depth, and that will be useful for showing to publishers too. There's a puzzle in this village with the torches that are not lit up. You have to light them up in a specific order using the aether light effect, which we actually do have on my test. So this one will not work because there's 3 here. We need to look for the one with 1. And that'll be the first one to light up. And I just threw it past the oopsies. Like they did that you make potions for combat. I do too. I think that'll be a very unique selling point for the game that will, for a lot of people, I think help to sell the immersiveness of being an alchemist. That'll be the wrong order, so that will reset this one over here too. So yeah, you know, we're getting there. I think that there's still some work to be done, but it's coming along nicely. Should ask Black Burke to play when you get closer to pushing the idea. Who's Black Burke? I do not know this person. It's like a streamer or a YouTuber? There's content in the idea. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh on myself with this, but I have very high standards for how I want this game to play and look. The worst part is that I'm just not an artist, so making the game look good is my weakest point by far. I actually don't want to explain how many hours it took to make this beach ball work properly in terms of the physics. It actually changes physics models based on whether or not it's in water or not. I changed the angular damping quite heavily for when it's in water, so that it spins more in the water due to less friction. Yeah. Look, the beach ball has some advanced render. It's top tier, 16 times the beach ball physics. It'd be necessary if you'll simulate air as well. Yeah, I'll simulate everything. There's some fun hidden stuff. We don't have water breathing enabled yet, but of course, you know, there's some fun things to, I think, explore in the water too once we do have that working. Oop, a potion. Dirty water, wonderful potion. Top tier. Otherwise, there's a lot there. You just need continuity in the assets. And performance. Performance is something that I have not cared about at all for prototype, because when we moved from prototype to vertical slice, we started a whole new fresh project from scratch. And this is used as like an example along with our GDD. And again, that's where the art director will take charge. And I will go back to systems design and creative direction. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Oh. Access non-triggered Q effect. We have a validation check. do a validation check on this too. Do you have any concept art made up yet? No, because we do not have any. We don't have any concept artists. I have contacted a couple concept artists, but their prices are a little bit out of my range, unfortunately. So I'm hoping that this can kind of serve as a bit of a form of concept art, right? Also on here. Oh no, okay, this should be fine. It's mainly, you know, it's just like I live in Poland, so, you know, we don't really make a whole lot of money here. And rightly so, good concept artists usually charge USD euro prices, which are very expensive. I do know. Crowdfund? I'm hesitant to do crowdfunding until we have a vertical slice. Because while I can distribute a demo of this, these are not the final assets of the game. And that is a bit troublesome. You're a Blender artist? All of you are better artists than me. Even if you're not an artist. You are compared to me. If you're ever feeling bad as an artist, just remind yourself that I exist. What kind of concept art I just joined? What do you mean? The kind where it doesn't exist. I mean, old school crowdfunding, just fund on the idea rather than early access. It's... If what we have now we could make money from. Yes. However, we couldn't make enough money to even get us to vertical slice. And so I don't feel ethically correct to crowdfund with what we have right now. Character concept art, level concept art, I would need both. I would need both a character and some of the monsters would be nice to have concept art for, but also for just general landscapes and biomes. Yeah, I would want at least 5 pieces of concept art to add to the pitch, but I think that for what the game looks like now, this might be sufficient to get us at least a little bit of funding to then afford concept art. If it isn't, I will try to work out of pocket for concept art, probably reaching out to some people here in Poland that I know and trust, who I know could probably give me a little bit better rates. Because some places will charge, you know, $500 per piece of concept art for reasonable resolution, and you know, that's enough money to feed me for like 2 months. We will not be using AI though. How crazy do you want? I mean, I need it to be good. I don't need it to be too wild, but it would be in front of publisher eyes, right? So why? Ethics. I don't like to use AI for that. I think that it looks lazy to publishers. You know, it's like if I couldn't be bothered making it, then why should the publishers bother funding it, right? Be that personally, I would have a meeting with an art director just to get an art direction in concrete. Yeah, I do have a friend that I can contact with that, and I probably will talk to him about if he can recommend anybody, because he's not a concept artist, but he is super knowledgeable about this. Need a mushroom cow. No, I mean, like, I need a concept artist for a character that looks relatively normal, like a normal human protagonist for the alchemist, for the main character. Assuming that we do third-person view. Alright, let's see if we can write up that Sunblight book. I do have some stuff written, but it's not really super... in depth. It's meant to be a lore book about the Sunblight, a big cataclysmic event that completely shaped the world of Erythia. I just don't like that it's kind of incomplete. I wanted to write this off stream. I am gonna write this off stream. Once we get it finished, I'll show you guys, but I need to focus kind of full creative power on it, and it's hard to do that on stream. Not about the art itself, about the ability to dissect every idea and give the blueprints to the artist so that they can make things without asking questions. And that's what I'm not very good at. Me as an artist, a concept artist, is a waste of money. I would say that concept art is very, very important for determining the baseline foundation for how certain things should look. Not that everything needs concept art, but it is one form of starting point, along with what's the word? References. That's the word I was looking for. You know, and if you're like making a box or like a traffic cone, you can just find a reference for that, right? Because it's something that actually exists. But for a game world that is, you know, fantastical, that is unique, that doesn't exist in the real world, you might be able to find some references for like nature or natural aspects, but for other things you might need concept art for the general look and feel of like a biome or especially a character. Yeah, a different way puts it perfectly, actually. And like I said, most people think you're just paying for a fancy image. It's not. It's about creating structural blueprints. Yes. Yeah. And AI is just not very good at doing that. You can use AI, you know, generative AI as a tool for reference, but I wouldn't use it in production. It's not very good right now. We could talk about progression today if we wanted. If I just want to spend the next 2 hours talking about progression, or it is Friday, we could watch some Tim Kaine if people want. If we want to talk like game dev. And then save next week for jumping into something bigger and new with a fresh mind. Up for it. We could do some Tim Kaine today. That could be fun. It's a plague doctor and a scribe and a wizard or scholar can make good concept dice safe or simple. I think it just depends. I don't know kind of like what style I want yet. I don't know how these characters should look, the proportions, the shape of the eyes, the you know, the games that I want to use as reference, right? Give me a favor? Yeah, what favor? Which need? Explain to the person not understanding concept art. Look up Shaun Mooney. Who is Sean Mooney? I said Shaun. I'm stupid. Bizarre? Did he do concept art for what's the game called? Wipeout. He did a Wipeout? Oh shit, dude, Wipeout is fucking awesome. So he did the concept art for Wipeout. That's awesome. I love Wipeout's stylization. I love it. Fun games too. So detailed. I mean, this is one of the things too that helps with concept art, is that when you're making highly detailed models like this, having somebody who can produce this first and then send it over to the modeling team, I mean, this just saves them a whole lot of extra time and thought. Rather than them having to go ask the art director, or for them trying to maintain a consistent style, you have one concept artist who maintains that style, and the 3D modeling and texturing teams can build off of that style. More information around how things are put together. I know that for the Metro games, they had an actual engineer create the guns. so that if you recreated the guns of Metro in real life, they would fire, which was pretty cool. So that's why all their guns are like very mechanical in nature and look like they're built with real mechanistry behind them, is because they are. And I think that this helps sell uniqueness of a game too. So cool. Yeah, concept art is a kind of underrated, I think, in some cases. But having a good concept artist and a set, a style that is consistent throughout the game can help the game feel more consistent when you're playing it, especially when you're trying to go for immersion. Brother built a gun like that yesterday. That's pretty cool. Even bigger bonus when the concept artist can create pieces that it can actually be modeled to, and not some MC Escher thing. Yeah, it's just, concept artists serve a purpose. They're not just there to make abstract art. It's there to inform, to, like somebody else said, blueprint. It's one piece of the puzzle to get to the, a model that feels and looks unique and immersive within the world and the rules of the world. Looks at the practicality of things. The 3D artist concept art is invaluable. I don't have to think about design, shape, language, intention, feel, and look. You have a very good way of wording these things a different way. Both you and Ogun. It's very, very useful. Or for art because it has no firing mechanism and no chamber. Oh, okay. That's probably a good thing. Making real working guns is potentially a little bit more dangerous. You do a lot of 3D. Not all concepts are doable. No, that's true. But I would say that if you're working on a game and you have a concept artist who made a concept that isn't doable, they're probably not doing their job very well. I mean, you might make some concept art that helps to inform of the general feel, like this, right? This is not a real level in the game, but this helps to inform the environment artists and the 3D team and the level design team, actually, that, these vistas, the backgrounds, the level of decay, the amount that nature has retaken the world. Every 3D asset has some form of reference. Yes, true. And sometimes this is a good reference, and other times, like we talked about, if you're modeling a traffic cone, you probably don't need concept art for a traffic cone. Unless it has to look super unique, or it's, I don't know, some traffic cone enemy. Guild Wars has a lot of nice art like this. Can frame it and put it in a room. Yeah, you can. I have framed copies of like Last of Us and Uncharted to concept art. Uncharted, all of Naughty Dog just makes fantastic concept art, and I have some of these. I don't remember which ones. They're prints. Yeah, I don't even see some of the ones that I have here, but they are very beautiful. This did end up being a level, but the level looked different than this. But this helps, every team decide what kind of meshes are needed to accomplish this scene, right? It's like, okay, well, we need a bus, we need flags, we need the broken power cables with cables hanging down, we need a couple of other ruined cars, we need a lot of rubble meshes made, we need, ruined buildings here, we need different signs. Well, let's make note of this, let's write down 3 signs, 2 buses, all these things. That helps you scope, right? Because it's a lot easier to look at a scene like this and say, okay, here's what we need to accomplish this beautiful scene, Now we can budget this and we can scope this. You know what you want? It's pretty rare that individuals know what they want, but if you're the only artist for your game, you probably don't need concept art either. Not that it wouldn't hurt, or not that it would hurt. Maybe not concept art for a traffic cone, but you would reference color theory and emotions. Yeah, that too. Yeah, a mood board or something. But like for a traffic cone, just having a reference picture would be enough. Is what I'm trying to say. But then, of course, the emotions color theory, making sure that you are using like the same color of orange as other use cases, right? Having the color palettes. Yeah, take care, Mutsusa. Have a nice weekend. See you Monday. So concept art is pretty useful. Let me save this, and we can jump over to watch some Tim Kaine or something if we want. And then on Monday, I'll work over the weekend and I'll try to come up with some information of what we want to jump into next. Probably progression, and I'll work on the Sunblight lore too. These are many people don't know the actual dimensions of traffic. That's a good point too, dimensions. Yeah, dimensions are a very important aspect of 3D modeling. And you'll often see character concept art. They will compare the character to different sizes of things, right? Dimensions are a really crucial aspect of game development that I suck ass at. Added the general alchemy book and fixed a bug with Aetherlights GC. Can't think of how to platform with my game. You'd benefit from talking to like a level designer in that case. 100%. Alright, let me end my YouTube recording there. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. And if you're watching on Twitch, stick around. We'll do some Tim Kaine with a noisy neighbor. Bye-bye, YouTube.